Aye. Opposed, no. There is none. The motion to amend passes unanimously. Mr. Freeman, do you want to make the subsequent motion, or do you want me to do it? I'll go ahead. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Motion by by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Woodford. Any questions?
Yes,
Go ahead.
we don't get any explanation as to why something is pulled at the last minute. Just tell me yes or no.
Yes, thank you for the question. We noticed some potential errors in calculation. We want to give you accurate information, and we have time to do so. So as opposed to trying to correct it on the spot, we want to make sure that we give you accurate information. So we'll bring those items back.
I certainly appreciate getting accurate information. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
If I may,
Go ahead, Dr. Stimms.
just to ease the process, and I can be quiet, I just want to make sure everybody understands the green sheets associated with the committee meeting. The first one you have is your agenda, which is the green sheet. It should be followed by your questions, the questions and answers. And then followed by that, what we did this time, we gave you revision explanations. So IS1, which is what we're about to cover, slides 12 and 13 are additions to the slide presentation. So that's your first green sheet. Your second green sheet is IS2, and it only refers to slide 15, where we just made a change to correct the legend associated with some survey information. And then finally, we have PR 3, and this one word change. And actually, one of you noted, and I appreciate that, of changing the word schools to students. Just wanted to make sure we were clear in terms of these green sheets. Thank you so much.
All right. So I believe we still have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. The agenda is now amended. And back to Dr. Boyd, Instructional Services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Morton. So now our list of activities are a little smaller. Thank you. First, we have IS1, our Lean Frog Operational Efficiency presentation, and Dr. Lovett is going to start for us.
Okay. Good evening, President Morton, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Sims. Today marks the final deliverable from the Lean Frog District Operational Efficiency Study, and we want to make sure that this work that we're presenting today also shows to you our district's ongoing commitment to strong stewardship, continuous improvement, and ensuring that our non-instructional operations are well aligned, efficient, and positioned to provide the highest level of support to our schools. Through this engagement, Lean Frog reviewed approximately 470 non-instructional staff across 10 operational functions and benchmarked the district against Georgia peer districts, conducted interviews, processed walkthroughs, completed assessments, and worked with district teams to validate a costed set of recommendations. Today, the board's executive summary, which you will hear about, will formally close out the organizational efficiency phase by presenting the major findings, 9 recommendations, projected fiscal impact, and the proposed path forward. It will also introduce the next body of work. Of course, that is the instructional efficiency study. And I'll take a pause here. Dr. Sims mentioned that there were 2 additional slides we added. We added that in response to board member questions that we received, but it introduces that final piece that we'll be doing around instructional efficiency. So we wanted to add that there to formally address some questions. It will also focus on additional areas of the organization, including, again, school and leadership supports, student supports, teaching and learning, and other functions essential to the district's daily operations and long-term success. So again, that's the second phase that you will hear about at a later time. This work is intended to support thoughtful, data-informed decision-making as the district continues to align service delivery and resources in support of our improving outcomes for every student. At this time, I am pleased to formally welcome the Lean Frog team, Mr. Byron Hedrick, and invite him to present the findings, recommendations, and path forward from phase 4 of the organizational review and efficiency study. Byron.
Good evening, President Morton, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Sims. It's great to be back with you. I've got more information since last time we met. I'm going to cover the information hopefully briefly to give you time for questions, because I figure that's where you want to focus. So I'm just going to jump in. If you see something as I go through, though, that you would like a response on immediately, feel free to just stop me. I'll be happy to answer. If not, again, there'll be a portion at the end so I can catch up everyone. This is the closure of the work that we did in the non-instructional area. Tonight, we're going to talk about not just the findings, but we're going to talk about what we are recommending and how to move forward from these findings. That said, I'd like to start by just talking about the three things that was done. So you kind of understand, and I know Dr. Levitt covered some of this, but we basically looked across the district. We looked at the non-instructional areas. That's transportation, that's technology, that's finance, human resources, facilities, safety, campus police, nutrition, athletics, and district effectiveness. Which is approximately about 470-ish, 466 staff members. And we took not only interviews, but we actually walked through their core processes. We walked through the systems that they're using, and we gathered data on how those functions were performing, not an individual's performance, but overall compared to other districts in Georgia. Again, there was about 15 of those. There were 5 size-based peers, districts your size. There were 5 high-performing, the highest performing 5 districts. And then there were 5 that the district selected that were important to you because of the relationships to the district, some of them bordering and so forth. The recommendations that once we found the findings, and we presented some of those to you before, we developed recommendations. We then worked with the staff to kind of narrow those recommendations and put meat on them, so that instead of it being a simple statement, if you're looking at our full report, you'll see that behind every one of these 9 recommendations, there's a lot of meat on not only why you need to do it, what you're doing, but actually how to do it, the cost, and kind of the timing and the approach that needs to be used. So we try to lay a foundation so that once we're done with the assessment, the district staff is able to take that and move forward with it. Also, you'll see later on as I talk that we are suggesting to the district a means of putting in place a dashboard so that you can track, so you can be made aware of what's happening as these activities are done, and everyone can be aligned to what improvements and changes are taking place. So first off, let's talk about your starting position, where the district was at when we looked. So basically, when we started, the district was just under 21,000 students. Now, that is a decline over the last decade. You guys were as high as around 24,000. That is not a odd thing in today's time. Enrollment is dropping because we're seeing birth rate decline. We're also seeing increased competition, increased choice for parents. So declining enrollment is not a Bibb County issue in its own, but it is an issue for public education in the United States. At the same time that we saw that decline in enrollment, we did see operating expenditures grow by 32%. We are living in a time of inflation. Everyone's aware of that. You feel it when you go and put gas in your car. If you do that this afternoon, you'll see. But still, what we're seeing here is that although our cost increase, your overall staff did drop from a high of about 3,807. It dropped to 3,250. The issue is that the reduction, the ratios haven't caught up. The reduction in staff and the reduction in students, they haven't balanced out in time. So what that has led to is the district is carrying more staff per student than many in the peer group. It's not necessarily the worst in the peer group. That ratio for you was 6.1 students per staff member, and other districts that ranged from 5.5 to 8.8. So you're kind of in the middle. Other districts are kind of caught with some of these challenges as well. Now, that all said, it's important to note that in Bibb County, just like in most public schools, about 85% of the general fund is people. So when I talk about an efficiency plan, it means that whether we want to say it or not, we are talking about a staffing plan. We're talking about what the future of staffing looks like for the district in some cases. So as we look at today and go through these recommendations, one thing to keep in mind is, and I'll emphasize this again in a minute, the district has a unique opportunity in that we have a large percentage of staff that's eligible to retire in the next 5 years. I actually refer to it as a wave. It's a very large percent. So although we are talking about some staffing changes, we are talking about addressing this through natural attrition going forward. There's mainly 4 themes that really stood out in our work. And today, instead of looking at the last time I spoke with you, I think I went through each department. Instead of going through those departments, again, what I really want to do is get you to understand those 4 big themes, those 4 challenges that we're seeing in the district and that the district has to address. And these are across the departments, not just one department or a couple of departments. That first theme is that there's a lot of manual work, and that manual work is costing the district. Some examples, I list 3 on the slide. One there, I won't walk through all 3 of those examples since they're in writing, but for instance, your human resource department right now, you're keying 200 to 300 new hires by hand. You're doing it in multiple systems, and you're doing it every hiring season. That's activity that is needed. It's needed for us to put those new employees in our systems, but that manual keying of that and the double entry is non-value added. That's extra work, if you will. So when I talk about the cost of manual work, that's what I'm talking about, the extra work that has to be done to make things function within the district. Now, this is not a people problem. It's not that somebody's not doing their job. It's a gap in the process and the systems that we have. And what's happening is because of those gaps, people have to absorb that work by processing things manually. That has led to having to hold on to some of those positions as your enrollment has declined. So one of our first recommendations is our second numbered recommendations. And you'll see me throughout this presentation, I'll refer to like R1, R2. That's just recommendation. My wife gets on to me. It's that engineer in me makes me give you abbreviation. So I apologize. I probably should have spelled that out. But our R2, or the second recommendation, this is kind of the heart of the go forward. And that one is the district should develop one technology innovation plan as a whole across the district, particularly on those non-instructional areas. That plan should set the tools, the sequence, and any investment needed. And in the approach that we're recommending in that plan development, we are suggested that it be bounded, meaning it's not just let's get this going and do whatever we want. What we're suggesting is a disciplined approach that is a crawl, walk, run, with each of those phases proving itself out and showing the payback, if you will, before moving to the next phase. So we're not suggesting unlimited resources being thrown at something. What we're suggesting is using some existing tools to start building the foundation for that plan, prove that we can do that, prove the effectiveness of those tools. Then we graduate, we take some of that savings, we use it to go to the next level. One area we talked about is travel and time keeping, digitizing some of that work. That would be, there's a lot of manual cost in those areas, and that would be those would be pretty easy areas to address. I did not, as part of this study, build that plan out because that plan has to be built from a team across your departments so that we can prioritize which piece will benefit the district the most. That's the first theme, is manual work is costing the district. The second theme, we have some issues where ownership is not always clear. And basically what that means is when authority for a decision is split across offices, instead of the work being the work, it becomes the coordination of trying to figure out what to do and who's supposed to do it. So we have some examples. One of that is in safety. We have campus police, we have safety department. Those two groups are meeting, but then we also have student affairs that has not been part of that meeting. So one thing we're suggesting is, and you'll see this in one of our recommendations, we're suggesting in recommendation 4 that we put together a unified approach to safety and security for the district with all those people at the table, so that we can be in control and we don't necessarily have protocols that are varying from school to school as you do today. Another, and this is a more significant issue, is right now when a position is open, the departments themselves have to make choices whether to refill it, absorb it, redesign it. And that's kind of passed between office and to get approval. And what happens is there's no real guidance in that analysis and how it's done. So therefore, and another thing is often this is time sensitive, right? We got to make a decision right now. What are we going to do with this? This person's leaving. We got to do something. So because of the time sensitive nature of that, the lack of a formal gated system, if you will, to control it, we have a tendency to refill positions. That may not be something we need to be doing. So one of the strongest recommendations for us is to put in place a non-instructional vacancy approach of governance, a systematic approach to reviewing each position that becomes vacant, to decide if that position should be refilled, should it be absorbed, meaning can we actually break it into pieces, or can we use technology to absorb the work, or do we need to redesign it? Or even if the demand is still there, should we be doing this still in the system? You'll see in the detailed report and that recommendation, you will see we have laid out a foundation draft of what that gated process could look like and how it could function for the district. That is really a foundational piece of everything we're talking about going forward. As we talk about the retirement wave hitting, as we talk about deploying automation to reduce manual work, we have to have a valve, if you will, to make sure we're capturing those opportunities instead of just restaffing and actually rebuilding the district of 2019. So that mechanism, that recommendation is kind of key to all the cost improvements that I'm going to show you shortly. The next theme, and again, I've already hit on this, 28% of your non-instructional staff can retire in the next 5 years. Now, the biggest problem with that is it's concentrated in areas that are the most painful for the district. It's half of your senior cabinet, it's 39% of facilities, and 36% of your finance department. So those are critical areas for the district, and you have a large group retiring potentially over the next 5 years. And there's hidden risk here because as we went through some of these departments, what we saw was a lack of documentation and process. So if these individuals were to leave before that was addressed, you would end up losing knowledge, and some of the work that is being done right now would be at risk. Think of it as, I use the term seams a lot. My wife doesn't like me using that terms, but it's like a seam in a pair of jeans, right? A seam is where two pieces of cloth come together. If we have strong seams, then we're good. Those processes and systems, that's the seam. If our seams aren't there, then it's not going to work well. Right now, because of a lack of those processes and systems, what you have is really hard, good people trying to work hard to hold it together versus it being brought together by those systems and processes. So one of our recommendations is around fixing those systems and processes, and then some structural changes that should be handled in the retirement window as well. The next thing, the fourth theme, and this is actually the one that you really need that you really probably want to care most about, is kind of what are we talking about in savings? So what you see here is a range, and I want to be careful about explaining this range and make sure you understand it. On the left, that 1.63 million over 5 years, that is money that the district can bank on. Those are things that have already been decided or adopted actions, things that have taken place during the assessment to secure. The other side of that, on the right, that 4.8 is if the district implements the recommendations to fidelity. Depending on the level of fidelity, it depends on where you fall inside of this range. Now, this also takes into account, I talked about investing some in some automation and technology. All that cost is already taken out of these numbers. So these are net numbers, not gross. The other thing that is in here that is not shown on these numbers I'm showing you, because this is general fund dollars, there's another $350,000 in school nutrition annually that doesn't show up here, but it does help sustain the general fund, because if our nutrition group doesn't have the reserves it needs, the district's responsible for helping to prop that up. So by the nutrition team having savings and becoming fiscally secure, it provides sustainability for the district. That $350,000 annual savings is not shown in these savings I'm showing you right here. These savings estimates have been modeled based off of conservative numbers. I used the low side and also I worked with your departments to make sure that we had some agreement. We went back and forth with technology to dial in kind of how that could work, to get that priced right so that the cost is accurately reflected. And we worked with the other teams. Now, in order to achieve this savings, there's 9 recommendations that the district needs to deploy. I've talked about some of these as we've gone. I'm not going to just read down that list because I'll probably put you to sleep. But what I really want you to focus on is that fiscal role column over on the right. You'll notice there that some of these items are fiscal, yet some of them are not. Those that are not fiscal are required for sustainability. For instance, putting in place documented procedures. There's no extra money being spent. There's some time of your people. But if we don't have those procedures put in place, then we have a problem with sustaining the service levels we're providing currently to our students and staff. That last one, recommendation 9, what we are suggesting there is critical from the standpoint that we want to be able to know if not only are we implementing these recommendations, but the impact of those recommendations. So we are suggesting that the district build out a key performance indicator dashboard to be shared with the board and with the cabinet level to track not just that something's been done, but the actual outcome. It's easy to track, yet did we do this? The question is, did what we did actually move the needle? And if so, how much did it meet what we thought it was? That's really the speedometer we need to have control in the district. Now, all of these, we've got three windows of pressures, if you will, on us. One is that retirement wave. If we don't address these things now, what could happen is that wave could just pass us by and we could end up just rebuilding the district as it is today. These retirement waves aren't that often in the life of a school system. We're unique in the country that we're seeing several districts are seeing those waves, but once the wave occurs, it's going to be a while before it comes back. So you have a unique opportunity here, not only the risk side of losing those folks that you need, but you also have the opportunity to address and redesign the system in such a way without causing uproar in the community, without having a blow up, doing it through that natural attrition. The other piece that pressure is on the district right now is we have a lot of capacity and automation tools that exist that could be deployed and need to be. And the third thing that we need should be the pressure is a measurement of discipline, measuring how we're doing over time. I'm going to jump in real quickly to we're suggesting we roll this out. We're suggesting that we begin with a phase of clarifying and stabilizing. Then we move to simplifying and aligning, and then we move into right sizing and sustaining. Some of that right sizing will take place in phase 1 and 2 naturally, but the large piece will come after those foundational elements are set. The key principle is we want to simplify the work before we rip out capacity. That way we don't lose levels of services for our students. Now, this assessment, I'll skip this. This is just the other timeline. I'm going to skip it. This assessment was primarily focused on non-instructional areas. And again, that was 470-ish out of 3,200 folk. So keep in mind, when we look at that, and remember also I told you before, 85% of your cost is people, right? So when we look at cost savings, we weren't looking at the most major cost saving centers, the most cost centers, if you will, not savings, but cost centers in the district. At the last meeting we had, some of you brought that up. And since then, we have been commissioned to proceed with looking at the other offices. We looked at, and I'm using the offices because you guys are used to that term, those big terms. But when we look at the next phase and those to see the whole system, one thing I want to clarify with you guys, when we look at on the non-instructional side, we're looking at efficiency structures and process. When we move to instructional, it's really a two-sided thing. We have to look at student outcome effectiveness along with the efficiency structures. So really, we're looking at two different sides to the instructional area. So we're going to be looking at 18 to 20 different instructional programs across 13 categories to kind of look at that outcome effectiveness for our students, those programs we're investing in and what we intend to be getting for those and what our community expects from those programs. Then we're going to be looking at the other offices, which is across 7 departments. You can see that they're listed there. That will be a complete view of the whole system at that point. Every department will be looked at. Every student program will be looked at. Now, because of the depth of this assessment, this is not something where we're just talking to central office folk. We have to engage your principals. We will be surveying your teachers. We will be meeting with your advisory committee so we can get feedback from parents and principals, as well as surveying your principals and actually doing direct interviews with principals. Again, the whole intent of this is to be able to understand outcome effectiveness and structure efficiency for those two sides. And then once we have that, we can actually look across the district as a whole to understand where those two sides, where there may be, earlier I talked about seams, where the instruction and the non-instruction comes together, there may be opportunity in those seams. Sorry if I was long-winded, but I wanted to cover all these points. Do you guys have any questions for me? I'll be happy to answer them if I can.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have any questions, board members? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for your presentation. It's been very interesting. And
Ms. Johnson,
very-
you can speak into your mic. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's been very interesting and a big eye opener. So in listening to your presentation, it looks like, and help me out with this. So we've been passing our organization structure down from administration to administration to administration. And we didn't stop to say, hey, let's look at this. It's not working like it's supposed to be working.
Well, you have seen there was changes made as students dropped. Like I said, there was a decline in total staff. But and again, I can't speak for the history. I wasn't here, but it appears that a lot of those systems were have been there for a while. And it's really, those systems are running on employee knowledge, those long tenured employees. If you didn't have those long tenured employees, you would have a lot more issues than the district has right now. So there probably has been some changes made in the organization, but there may not be, the district may have never taken the time to understand the organization as a whole so that it can map out a whole plan for what the organization should look like, say in 2030 versus where it is today.
So I'm wondering, could this structure be looked at in the system's strategic plan? When we are working on our strategic plan, could that be one of the process of including this in the strategic plan?
It definitely, it could be part of the strategic plan, and that KPI dashboard I talked about earlier may be something too that would feed as an input to the plan as well.
And it looks like it won't cost us much or any money to implement this. Help me with that.
There is some cost, but if you look at the assessment, the full report, it's about, I think it's 200 pages, maybe more than 200 pages. I lay out the cost in there, but the biggest cost is putting in place some of the automation pieces. Now, you already have some tools to start with, but what I've laid out is an approach. Again, I like to think of it again, crawl, walk, run. So if we're doing it in that order and each of those steps are gated, where we're actually capturing savings with each of those steps, then we're taking some of that money and reinvesting it back. Those numbers I showed you have that money assumed taking out already. I also took out a little over 300,000 for a facility assessment. The last time I was with you guys, we talked about that a little bit. That's something you have to do because you're going to have to consider reconfiguration, and you're going to have that level of understanding to be able to do that well. So I took that cost out of the savings number as well. So I tried to take any of the expense I netted in the savings model. Is that clear what I'm saying? So there is cost. I don't want to tell you it's all free. There is a lot in here that doesn't cost you anything but time. But the things that do cost, I've pulled them out of the savings so that I'm not trying to give you a big inflated number and then you get surprised because, oh, we got to pay this to get it.
Thank you. Quite interesting.
I'm just going to go down the line if that's all right with you, Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you. And I certainly agree with Mrs. Johnson that it is quite interesting. And I think you make a very good presentation, and it makes a lot of sense. But I'm accustomed to words. What is KPI?
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys talked to me about it last time, didn't you? You told me
Mhm.
stop using acronyms. I apologize. I'm trying. Key performance indicators.
Okay.
It's knowing how you're doing in a way that you can take action to adjust it if you need. It's that speedometer. Think of it like a speedometer. How are we doing? Are we meeting our goal or not? And if not, how do we need to make an adjustment?
Once I got the words, I understood it perfectly.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's
Thank
that I warned you, it's that engineer in me. I use a lot of acronyms. And you know what? I try to go through and remove them all too. I had more in this presentation. I stripped them out. I apologize.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Hanlon.
Thank you. I agree with my previous colleagues that it's very eye-opening. I did have two questions. On slide number 8, it's showing facility condition assessment at the very bottom of the page, $326,029. That's a very specific number. Have we already bid out a contract for that?
I had spoken with your facilities director, and he had been pricing stuff to see what it was kind of run, and that's kind of a number average thing he gave me. To be honest, it's a fair number. I've seen them run a lot higher. Yeah, so that was I went with his estimate. As far as I know, I'm not in district procurement, but I went with that estimate because he felt comfortable it would be there or lower. Yeah, it was an estimate.
Okay,
But-
all right. So yeah, that's like, it was a pretty specific estimate. That's why I wondered it was an actual contract already.
No, there's no contract that I'm
Oh.
aware of, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other piece was in terms of the work that is already underway and it is continuing under a current RFP. Did the amount of the total exceed $150,000, which would need to come to us for approval?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That's good
That
for
might
me
be
to
a
know.
question for
That's
Dr. Lovett.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that question. I actually see Dr. Lane coming up as well. It did not.
Okay.
That was the piece that we extended just to keep the same company on board. We went through our procurement process, and she can talk a little bit more about how that worked, but it did not exceed the dollar amount where it needed to come back for board approval.
Good afternoon. So we did do an initial RFP for their services. And once we did that initial RFP and then they came and presented to the board, there was a second phase asked and we did a continuation onto that RFP because the services was the same. The scope of services was the same, but
Thank
it did
you.
not exceed the 150.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Morton.
So one of the things I'm hearing is that a lot of these changes are IT driven. Is that a fair statement? IT, that is technology driven?
Yes.
So does it require the hiring of IT specialists in order to facilitate this transition to a more, pardon these, 21st century approach to this?
Yeah, so what we put into the plan, and again, this is where I work with your team to go back and forth. So we did put in the plan, in that crawl, walk, run plan, adding staff as needed once we prove out the savings for that, taking some of that savings to use for staff or contractors. And that's where we went back and forth. Hey, could we do this with the contractor? Do we have to have staff? And it's really a mixed bag. There's things we can do initially, probably with some contractors to minimize any cost. But then after we hit a certain savings number, the district would be much benefited by having an in-house representation that can move faster. So again, we tried to put that cost into the plan to subtract it from the savings number.
So potentially you could have people in or who already employed who could basically be trained up to do this kind of stuff.
Or as other positions leave that you don't have to replace, you may want to take that position and use it in IT.
And I think I heard you, this facilities condition assessment is a necessary step for the system to take.
If the system, with the enrollment decline that the system's seeing, and I don't think I'm shocking awing anyone with that, at some point, the district will have to consider configurations and to do that properly, you're going to have to know the condition of your facilities. And also, even if you weren't doing that, you really need to understand that to understand your capital planning for the next 10 years, what's going to be required.
So
Did I
this-
answer your question, sir?
that's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
And this is more question for Dr. Sims. So with this facilities condition assessment, is that something we're planning to put out an RFP on?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think that's all I've got at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. If you have other questions, feel free to let Dr. Levitt know. I'll be happy to answer questions. I'm not a lawyer. I don't charge you by the minute. I promise I'll try to answer you. Now, if you ask me a direct, like I got hit up this week, somebody wanted an exact number on something, and I couldn't do it. So I'm like, I got to get back to you. I'm sorry. So I'll tell you if I can't, but I'll go get it for you. Just ask. And again, like I said, there's no charge by the minute. I want you guys to succeed. And I want to make sure I've laid a foundation that you can move forward from, not just have a pretty report.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Johnson, one more.
Yes, I like the crawl, walk, run stages. So when do you suggest that we start crawling?
Well, I think that technology innovation plan needs to be one of the biggest priorities for the district to do.
What?
The technology innovate, the unified technology innovation plan. I think that's one of the first steps and most important for the district to do. And in that plan, we should lay out, there's plenty of places to start crawling. We just need to make sure we start in the right priority, if that makes sense. So we have to lay that out, and it needs to have representation from all your departments, not anyone excluded or left out or trying to figure out the technology on their own. And right now there are some departments that are kind of doing some technology stuff on their own. So we got to get everyone on the same page. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's our approach.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you
And
guys
I
for
will
having me.
never call you leapfrog again. I
Well, I'm not the
promise.
lean one on the team either, though.
Well, I mean, not,
that would be
no,
my
don't
wife.
take
She's
that
the lean
personal,
one.
please, please. Thank you.
If you have questions, just let Dr. Levitt know, and I'll be happy to answer. Again, I'll see you again as we continue working the second phase, I'm sure. And I really appreciate you giving me the time, and I'm sorry I ran over. I am a talker. I'll try, and no more case. I'll try my best not doing much abbreviation, sir. You guys have a
Thank
good
you
one.
so much. Okay, next we have another presentation, IS 2-25-26 Push for Success Summer Learning Review with Olena Stadnick, Floor, and Brian Butler.
All right. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Morton, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Tonight, we are excited to share highlights from our 2026 summer learning programs. Our goal this summer was simple: provide students with opportunities to strengthen skills, stay engaged in learning, and prepare for success in the upcoming school year. Tonight, we'll share participation data, academic results, feedback, and the impact of 2 new virtual learning opportunities that expanded access for students across the district. This work directly supports the district's goals for student achievement, particularly in literacy and mathematics. Our summer programs were intentionally designed to help students strengthen foundational skills and build momentum heading into the new school year. Our summer learning efforts reflect our mission of maximizing student achievement and creating opportunities for success in safe and supportive learning environments. These programs provided students with additional pathways to learn, grow, and prepare for the future. The design of our summer programs reflected the district's commitment to personalized learning, engagement, collaboration, and effective leadership. We focused on meeting students where they were and providing opportunities that supported both academic growth and future success. During the spring, we brought our plan to you to reimagine summer school. We know that once students get behind in reading or math, it is very difficult to get them back on grade level. Prevention is the best path to success. This was the driving force behind changing the focus of summer school to grades kindergarten through 3. The Push for Success Summer Academy was designed to provide intensive literacy and mathematics support for our youngest learners who needed additional academic assistance. We identified and invited 1,933 students across grades K through 3 based on assessment data, and then launched an extensive recruitment effort to encourage participation. Our schools distributed flyers, conducted direct outreach calls, and partnered with the Teaching and Learning Department, who also called and emailed families. In addition, parent square messages and flyers were sent throughout the recruitment period. Those efforts resulted in 993 students pre-registering for the program, demonstrating strong family interest. Ultimately, 647 students attended and participated in the 16-day Summer Academy. While we are proud of the students we serve, this data also highlights an opportunity for us to better understand and address the barriers that prevent families from moving from registration to attendance. That work will help us expand our reach and impact even further in future summers. To support literacy instruction, students engage with structured Bibb reading resources designed to strengthen foundational reading and writing skills. These materials allow teachers to provide targeted instruction while ensuring consistency across both summer learning sites. We wanted summer learning to be both academic and engaging. In addition to literacy and mathematics instruction, students participated in dance, music, physical education, Spanish, and visual arts courses taught by experienced Bibb County teachers. These opportunities helped create a well-rounded summer experience for students. Our kindergarten students demonstrated strong growth in foundational literacy skills. This chart compares students' average performance on kindergarten reading and spelling assessments administered before and after participation in the Push for Summer Academy. Results indicate growth in both reading and writing skills. Students' average reading scores increased from 38% before the program to 58% after the program, while average writing scores increased from 44 to 69%. These results suggest that students strengthened foundational literacy skills targeted during summer instruction. First grade students also showed encouraging results. Results indicate growth in both reading and writing skills as well, with average reading scores increasing from 26 to 40% and average writing scores increasing from 49 to 72%. Moving to second grade, these students made measurable gains in both reading and spelling. Students' average reading scores increased from 41% before the program to 52% after the program, while average writing and spelling scores increased from 67 to 78%, showing continued progress in foundational literacy skills that support future academic success. Third grade students experienced some of our strongest reading gains. Average assessment scores increased from 47 to 73%. This reading growth demonstrates the impact that focused instruction can have on student achievement during the summer months. Shifting to mathematics, student growth in mathematics was impressive across every grade level. Kindergarten students' average performance improved by 23 percentage points, first grade by 22 points, second grade by 28, and third grade by an impressive 39 percentage points. These results show that students strengthened number sense, mathematical operations, and problem-solving skills throughout the program.
All right, let's move to the survey data. The feedback from staff was overwhelmingly positive. Teachers reported that students were engaged, the instructional materials were effective, and the program structure supported student learning. The feedback also provided valuable information that will help us continue refining and strengthening future summer programs. Perhaps most importantly, students reported positive experiences as well. Students expressed that they enjoyed participating, learning new skills, and interacting with their teachers and peers. Their feedback confirms that we were able to create a learning environment that was both supportive and engaging. Throughout the school year, our high school students were already participating in credit recovery opportunities designed to keep them on track for graduation. However, we identified a small group of students who still had remaining coursework and needed additional support to finish strong. The Powering Excellence, the Final Push program, was created to provide that final opportunity through a virtual summer model. As a result, 5 seniors completed their requirements and graduated in July, One additional student finished shortly after and will count as the 2026 graduate, and 11 underclassmen made meaningful progress towards getting back on track for graduation. This program demonstrates our commitment to ensuring that every student has multiple pathways and opportunities to succeed. One of our most exciting accomplishments was the launch of the Push Ahead Achievement Program. This was a brand new virtual learning opportunity developed and led by the Teaching and Learning Department. The courses were designed to help students grow, build confidence, and prepare for success in the upcoming school year. Students could either preview upcoming grade level content or review current grade level material. The program served 966 students across elementary, middle, and high school levels, and due to a strong interest from families, participation was extended through July. Another new initiative created by our department was the Summer Choice Board program. These self-paced virtual experiences gave students the flexibility to explore, investigate, create, and review content based on their interests and needs. Nearly 300 students participated, giving us an additional way to keep students engaged in learning throughout the summer. We want to recognize the exceptional work of the teaching and learning team members who designed and developed the elementary virtual courses and choice boards. Created entirely in-house through collaboration with our technology and communication departments, these high-quality resources reflect the innovation, expertise, and dedication of our staff while highlighting the remarkable talent that exists within our district, our elementary staff, teaching and learning. Thank you. The same commitment to excellence is evident in our secondary learning opportunities. Our teaching and learning coordinators design and develop the secondary virtual courses and choice boards, creating high-quality, engaging summer learning experiences that expanded access and opportunity for students across the district. Our secondary coordinators. As we look ahead to summer 2027, our focus will be on expanding participation and building on this year's success. We plan to begin K through 3 family outreach earlier, review barriers to attendance, continue supporting literacy and mathematics growth, and explore summer opportunities for gifted learners. The key takeaway is that these programs produced positive results and provided a strong foundation for future growth. This slide provides definitions and explanations for assessment terms used throughout the presentation and can be referenced if questions arise regarding the data. Thank you for your time and attention. We are proud of the growth that our students demonstrated and excited about the opportunities we were able to provide. At this time, we welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have any questions? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm pleased to know that we had the Summer Academy. I shared this with Dr. Sales. I'm going to share it with you. Number one, when did we start advertising the Summer Opportunity Program? Because if I can remember, my memory serves me correctly, looked like it came to us around about April.
The first time the presentations, yes, they were done back in February, but the advertisement to the students and the families, we started at the mid of January.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better because other programs start getting their information out even before Christmas.
Yes.
And they had an opportunity to capitalize on more students than we did. So when I was reading this, and I was thinking, I don't remember seeing this until around April, the April meeting. That disappointed me because I feel like with all of the students that we have who need these opportunities, I think last year we had about 220,000+ students in the system. And we only invited, now we discussed this last time.
Yes.
We only invited 1933. But out of the 1933 that we invited, only 993 pre-registered. And out of the 993 that pre-registered, only 647 actually showed up. Now that disturbs me.
Yes,
And I'd like to know, what did we do, or did we do anything to try to at least get most of these 993 students in the program? Did we contact, like I think it was like 346 who didn't even show up? Did we do anything to contact them or encourage them to come? You know, we got this program going on and you sign up for it and we don't see you.
Yes, ma'am. We started back in January. The first effort was we sent the letters home from the schools, the invitation letters. The next thing, we worked with the schools and school principals, so the school teams called. When we did not see the registration coming up, we had teaching and learning department. We personally called the 1,933 families, and we've advertised and explained, and that's how we got to the registration of 933. So we fully expected to get 933 students come. Unfortunately, we saw that only 647, while we committed, only 647 attended.
So what I'm hearing then, so you started advertising the program before the board approved it, even though we could have not approved it.
Well, this was just based on the retention, possible retention of the students.
And my last thing is, going forward, y'all had some very positive gains. I like the gains that I saw. But going forward, how can we include more students?
One of the things that we're working currently on is to make sure that we send out, we're working on the survey.
Working on what?
We're working on the survey
Mhm.
that will be sent to these 1,933 parents, to make sure. It will be very specific, because we really want to know the barrier between the registration and the actual attendance. In our overall survey, the survey was not as specific. So we are working, we've got a plan where we're going to call as well the families from our department, our members, to truly try to get to the real barrier for attendance. Because we were there, all the materials were ready. We were ready for the
Yeah, I
children.
know you were. I didn't want the
We were
students to
ready
be
for
there.
them.
Want to it good to have you all there, the kids not there.
Yes, ma'am, we were there.
I thank you so much. I'm
Thank
looking
you.
forward to next summer.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ficklin?
Thank you so much. And certainly I concur with Mrs. Johnson that these stats look very good, as well as your presentation was good. And there is a need for summer school. I don't want us to forget that there was a lot of consternation as to whether we were going to have summer school or not. And so if you all started in January, we hadn't even gotten the word that there was going to be summer school. And we continued to go back and forth about, was there summer school, and there was even an article done as to whether or not there was going to be summer school or not. But I'm glad to see that there was summer school, and that the statistics show that there is a need for students to be in some additional learning after the regular school time. And I guess you all identified these students by what their performance had been in school, and that's how you invited the 1933.
Yes, sir.
But now my question is about the staff. Did you all have staff ready for 1,933 students, and then the staff and the materials? And since only 647 showed up, then what happened to the material for the 1,286 students who didn't show up?
Yes, we were prepared for the number of students that registered, the 900 and something number that you saw there. That was what we had staffing for, but we always build in the expectation that not all students will show. Of course, we want all students to show. And then we also have a plan for reduction. Whenever the teachers are hired, they are made aware immediately upon hire of what the structure will be in case enough students don't show up, so that we don't have extra teachers beyond what we need. So we were able to reduce our teacher force to meet the needs of the number of students that we had. And to the materials part of your question, most of the materials we used were in-house online programs and such that we already are paying for. And then the physical materials that we have were sent, we collected those at the end of summer school, and we're going to repurpose those for other programs in the district.
So there was a budget generated for 1933, and because you all didn't use it, it went back to wherever it had come from.
Yes, we spent less money than we originally budgeted. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we actually just finished redistributing the materials. So our new gifted reach centers at each school. So anything that was left over that we didn't use is now at the schools, and it will be used with the children.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the personnel, you know, the money that was appropriated for them for the 1933, and it went back to wherever it came from, because that was one of the questions back in December. Were we gonna have money to do summer school? And I think we took some of the money from a grant that had been given for kids who needed this kind of services, mentally ill and what have you, poor kids. And we took, so that money should be back into the budget. Okay.
Dr. Woodford.
Thank you for this presentation. So I'm glad to hear that you're serving families with those areas. So I'm always interested in and we know the challenge for us. What was the average daily expense for
Yeah, we would have to get that to you. Yeah, we do have it. We definitely, both of our sites, they were taking the daily attendance for all of the students. It won't take long to get.
I'm just interested to see if kids are more excited to go to school in the summer than they are during the regular school year. So I'll be.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I forgot one of my questions. In the survey data, grades kindergarten through 3. I imagine y'all forgot to put this in our handout with the I was very interested in this right here. Now what y'all presented was different from what I have. So I was looking for it in my handout, but I didn't see it. So I will read it to you. Summer school helped, this is on page 15. Summer school helped me to become a better reader. 97% of the students said no. The other little few said disagree. Strongly disagree. Okay, I am more excited to begin the next grade because of summer school. 91% said strongly disagree. 9% said disagree. Then summer school helped me to practice my math skill. 99% said strongly disagree. And I want to go to summer school again next summer. 72% strongly disagree, and 28% disagree. Now, with that kind of data, I'm the one that they don't want to be in summer school while we giving it to them.
If I may, that was the green sheet I referred to. That was a green sheet adjustment that the key was wrong. So actually 91% said,
Did we get the green sheet?
That's the one I gave you.
couldn't
Yes.
find it.
Yes, that was one of the green sheets. It is IS2. Was it IS2? And it was where we had a legend challenge. So
y'all,
thank you for coming.
That was an error. Yes, ma'am. So the actual key was changed from previous years. So I was the one who made the form, and the key was changed to be more appropriate for kindergarten through 3rd grade. So we moved from strongly agree, strongly disagree, agree, disagree to simple yes or no,
Okay,
because that was
still
more
don't see it.
appropriate for our younger learners.
I still don't see it, but I just wanted you all to know I was very disappointed with that.
I was very disappointed when I saw the error. So we wanted to show you the correct error information today.
But we appreciate the question because your question made us go back. We found the error.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Morton.
Thank you for your hard work on this. I have a question I've been trying to get an answer to, and I think y'all might be the right people to ask. I've been told that because VIP is a separate program, they can enroll out-of-county students. But if that was transitioned to our brick and mortar schools, we would not be able to enroll out-of-county virtual students. I just want to know, is that true or not?
That's getting into the regulations, sir. I don't have those in front of me right now. I would have to find that answer for you.
I would appreciate it. I asked this question first in May.
Yes, sir.
So can we get an answer and be distributed to the board if you don't mind?
Right, someone recording that. We have it. Thank you.
So appreciate it. Thank you. I'd just like to know because we've been asked to consider potentially changing that program. Remember, you presented on that at one point. All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
If I may,
Oh,
just
sorry,
to
yes.
close out, I just want to thank our team for a job well done in creating not just a summer learning experience face to face, but the virtual was that was the first time. The choice books that was the first time as well, and those went well. And I always have the pleasure of going around our entire city to see what's going on. And when I think about Gear Up, when I think about summer learning through teaching and learning, when I think about our rec centers, everything going on through CTAE, like we covered so much ground with our students, and this was one of those successful pieces. So thank you for a job well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now, because we have omitted IS 3 and 4, we have IS 5, the Edmentum. Excuse me, pardon? Yes, please, I'm sorry. Because we have omitted IS 3 and IS 4, we now have IS 5, Edmentum Exact Path Update 2526. And we have Dr. Shirley McClendon and Dr. Jared Moore.
Greetings, Board President Morton, members of the Bibb County Board of Education, and Dr. Dan Sims. Today, we'll be providing an update on Edmentum's Exact Path platform and the impact it has had on supplemental academic support during after-school programming. Today's presentation will provide an overview of Edmentum Exact Path implementation during the 25-26 academic year, review student achievement data, and examine how the platform supported measurable academic growth for 21st Century Community Learning Center and Gear Up students. The implementation of Exact Path directly supports the Bibb County School District's strategic plan, specifically Strategic Goal 1, increasing student achievement. This goal reflects our commitment to ensuring that every student demonstrates continuous academic growth. This work also aligns with the district's performance measures related to English language arts and mathematics proficiency. This initiative reinforces two of the district's highest priorities, literacy and academic achievement.
Edmentum supports Bibb County School District's mission and vision by empowering students to learn and succeed through personalized learning pathways that strengthen academic achievement, foster confidence, and promote equitable opportunities for growth in a supportive learning environment. Utilization of Edmentum's Exact Path aligns and supports the Bibb County School District's goals and guiding principles by advancing academic achievement while reinforcing our district's guiding principles and forming learning outcomes. Through personalized instruction and data-informed learning, Exact Path helps prepare students to be academically successful and future-ready. Exact Path supports personalized learning while aligning with the district's strategic priorities. Using diagnostic data, it identifies individual academic needs and creates personalized learning pathways with targeted Georgia standards aligned skills practice. As students progress, their performance is monitored and their learning pathways adjusted accordingly. As we transition from the integration of Edmentum Exact Path to examining its impact across both the 21st Century and Gear Up programs, the next few slides will highlight student progress and the opportunities ahead to build upon the gains achieved. A key component of Exact Path is skill practice. As students work through these learning pathways, they have opportunities to practice and complete skills that reinforce classroom learning, address areas where additional support may be needed, and provide opportunities for continued academic growth. The data shows that students who actively engage with and completed program skills consistently achieve greater academic growth than their peers, with the strongest gain seen among students with higher levels of skill completion. This positive relationship between skill completion and achievement was evident across elementary, middle, and high school grade bands, emphasizing the impact of sustained program participation. These results highlight the importance of meaningful engagement with Exact Path. While student achievement is influenced by multiple factors, the data provided encourages evidence that consistent, purposeful use is associated with stronger student growth. During the 25-26 school year, students participating in Exact Path demonstrated positive average growth in both reading and mathematics across every grade band reviewed, as measured by the Renaissance Star Assessment Scale Score, a numerical score that represents students' academic growth over the course of the school year. Elementary students showed the strongest academic growth overall. Of note, within the elementary band, K-2 students achieved the largest gains, including a 45-point increase in average reading scale score and a 25-point increase in average mathematics scale scores. Students in grades 9 through 12 also demonstrated notable gains with a 21-point increase in average reading scale score and a 15-point increase in average mathematics scale score. We are encouraged by the consistency of these results, with growth demonstrated across grade bands in both academic areas measured. These results suggest that Exact Path is serving as a valuable academic enrichment and instructional support resource for strengthening essential academic skills. Exact Path data tells a positive and compelling story, with growth demonstrated across all grade bands and subject areas, with particularly strong results in the early grades. Moving forward, our focus is on building upon that progress by strengthening consistency and increasing meaningful student engagement. While we establish clearer usage goals, monitor implementation throughout the year, identify and replicate the practices contributing to the strong K-2 outcomes, and providing ongoing coaching and support for after-school educators. Our goal is to move more students into higher engagement usage levels and translate consistent Exact Path participation into even stronger academic outcomes.
Next, we will highlight the overall academic growth experienced by Gear Up students using Exact Path during the 25-26 school year as measured by fall to spring Renaissance Star assessments. Across subjects, students demonstrated positive academic growth, a strong indicator that instructional supports provided through Exact Path are contributing to improved learning outcomes. While growth was evident across every area, the most noticeable gains occurred in 8th grade. Students increased an average of 16 points in reading and 19 points in mathematics, with 8th grade mathematics representing the strongest overall performance. 7th grade students also demonstrated positive growth, averaging 7 points in both reading and mathematics. These results are encouraging because they demonstrate that students made measurable academic progress across multiple areas. Gear Up students who completed between 8 and 15 skills in Exact Path demonstrated even greater academic growth. The data suggests that consistent engagement with the platform matters. As students regularly interact with personalized learning activities, receive targeted practice aligned to their individual needs, and demonstrate mastery before advancing, they build the foundational skills necessary for sustained academic growth. For example, seventh grade mathematics students in this usage group achieved an average growth of 32 points, while eighth grade reading and mathematics students also demonstrated strong gains. These findings reinforce an important principle. When students engage consistently with high-quality instructional resources, meaningful academic progress follows. As we look ahead to the 26-27 school year, our focus is on building upon these positive results through intentional implementation and continuous improvement. The data not only demonstrates that Exact Path is contributing to student growth, but it also provides a clear roadmap for strengthening its impact. Our first priority is to establish clear usage goals that increase the number of students completing 8 or more skills. Next, we will partner with school coordinators to examine the instructional practices contributing to the exceptional growth demonstrated by our eighth grade students. And finally, we will provide ongoing coaching and follow-up support for educators who deliver after-school tutoring through the Gear Up program. Our goal is to ensure consistent implementation across all schools so that every student has access to the same high quality and data-informed instructional experience. We welcome any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know Dr. Woodford has a question.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Dr. McClendon, I noticed, do we have before school programming?
The grant does allow for before school programming, but for our 21st century, we did not offer the before school programming this year or last.
Why is that?
Well, mainly because of attendance. It didn't, we didn't have that many kids that were attending the before care, and basically we had it in the middle school, one of our middle schools. And so we didn't offer it this year or the year before. Mhm.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Pinkley.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moore and Dr.
McClendon.
McClendon for the presentation. I certainly like seeing these plus signs on the overall growth by grade, but I have two questions. Plus 7 from what? Plus 7 from what? Plus 16 from what? Plus 19 from what? Uh, where were they when they started? Because just by saying a plus, it doesn't give me a full picture as to what we are dealing with and where they got to go in order to be where we need them to be. But if you just say they made 7 points, they may have started out at 3 and now they're just at 10. That information is important to me as an old educator. I need to know where the student was and where did they land up. And my second question is these numbers, 1219 and 1188. Is this saying that those students were absent when they did the assessment? And then on the eighth grade is 1230 and 1125. So there's a big gap in the number of students who were assessed to come up with these data points. And I just want to know what's the reason behind them. And I really, like presentations, but I like more information.
For the first one, those scores were gathered based on where the students were at the first assessment window to the second. And so we don't have that available, but we can make that available if you would like. That is how we.
I would certainly like it, and I think that these kind of reports ought to have that in it. That's just me. You know, everybody else may not want it, but I want to know where the students were and what did they gain in the meantime. Because we were told in a Gear Up presentation just a few days ago that they were doing better in the class than they were on the test. And this right here is an indicator as to what they are doing in the class. And if they're doing that in the class, and I always believe that the test is a mirror of what has happened in the class. And so I don't think you can separate those two. And I just like to know some more information as to what, they were doing to start with.
And to extend that response before responding to your second question, when we think about the skill score, as Dr. McClendon explained, it measures where each individual student is academically at a particular point in the year. So for the fall initial screener, it's looking at every individual student, the academic skills that they have, what they've mastered, what they've not mastered, and identifies areas where improvement is needed. As we progress through the year and we administer additional screeners, it is the hope that students have built the necessary skills to reach mastery, get closer to mastery. And so when you see an increase, that just reflects that a student has required additional foundational skills needed to access that content. Also, when you think about the number of students who are assessing, we know that attendance in the district is a pressure point for us. If a student sits for one particular screener or they miss the initial administration and they're not present for all portions of makeup opportunities, sometimes that can reflect the disparity that you may see in terms of the number of students who are taking one assessment.
Yeah, that explains that. And of course, when you look at students and you're talking about where they are, what have you, I know that you all probably keep an ISP on students so that you'll know exactly what students are where. So that when we get this information, that should be a conglomeration of all those ISPs and say that these students were here and now they gain this much. And that's what I would like to see.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question.
Ms. Hanlon, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just had a quick point of clarification on the action memo. I see
We
on
haven't
page
gotten there
2.
yet. Go ahead.
What?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't have the backup invoices for the Gear Up piece. We only have the backup invoices for the CCLC piece.
Okay.
So, but I guess my other question regarding that is it just the kids that are enrolled in these programs or part of these grants that get access to these programs and services? And is it possible with this kind of gain to, let the rest of the student population access these materials as well?
Thank you for that question. So yes, only Gear Up students and 21st Century Scholars have access to utilizing Exact Path through Edmentum. I will defer to teaching and learning to answer part B of that question.
We evaluate our curriculum resources on a regular basis too. So to your point, that is an extra supplement that is provided just to the Gear Up students. The data that we see, the data you showed, the STAR data, and so that is something that we see across the entire district. So I guess the question would be trying to decipher between gains from one program, the supplemental program, versus what the regular curriculum provides.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, you had a question.
I was debating on what I was going to ask. But since you called on me, I would like to say thank y'all for your presentation. I know it takes a lot to pull these presentations together, and I appreciate that. And I want to try to be as nice and as fair to you all as I can. I just personally need you to be more intentional when you present your materials to us and when you present your presentation. Have all your research and your facts together. That would make me much happier. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Okay, now that was the presentation. Do we have any more questions? Now we have the action item.
The Bibb County School District seeks board approval to renew the Edmentum digital learning platform for SY 27. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approves the renewal of the Edmentum digital learning platform for FY 27 and the total amount of $298,310.35. The renewal will be funded through the following grant programs: Gear Up and 21st Century Community Learning Centers.
You've heard the recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Ficklen, second by Dr. Woodford. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It passes unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, now we have IS6. That is another presentation for Athletics Overview 25-26 by our Director of Athletics, Kevin Brooks.
Good afternoon, Board President Morton, Mr. Morton, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of athletics for the school year of 2026 today. Today, I will highlight participation, student athlete success, funding, professional growth, safety initiatives, and our continued commitment to stewardship, scholarship, and sportsmanship. Our work in athletics directly support the district mission and vision. Athletics create safe and engaging environments where students learn leadership, teamwork, responsibility, and perseverance while preparing for future success. These guiding principles shape every athletic decision we make. We focus on engagement, safety, collaboration, leadership, and student achievement so that athletic remains an extension of the educational experience. This presentation will cover participation, performance, finance, recognition, leadership development, safety efforts, and future opportunities. The key takeaway is that athletics supports the district promise and continues to student success. Our athletic department exists to provide meaningful opportunities for growth, for competition, and teamwork. We strive to ensure all students have access to athletic experience that builds character, pride, leadership, and school connection. At the middle school level, we serve 1,327 student athletes across GHSA sports. These numbers demonstrate strong student interest and provides an important pipeline for high school participation and achievement. Our middle school programs continue to develop talent and prepare students for the next level. The accomplishment shown here reflects both competitive success and positive student engagement. At the high school level, participation reached 1,704 student athletes. Combined with middle school participation, athletics continues to be one of the district's largest co-curricular programs. These results reflect the dedication of our student athletes, coaches, athletic directors, and support staff. We continue to see competitive growth and strong representation across multiple sports. We celebrate several playoff appearances, including a football state finalist at Northeast, a boys basketball state finalist at Southwest, and postseason success across volleyball, softball, cross country, flag football, and basketball programs. Our athletic success extends across wrestling, tennis, soccer, baseball, track and field, and golf. Throughout these programs, our student athletes demonstrate excellence, determination, and competitive spirit, with many advancing to the sectional and state level competition and proudly representing the Bibb County School District. This slide provides an overview of the district operational investment in athletics. These resources support repair and maintenance, officials, equipment, safety and security, and the daily needs required to operate quality athletic programs. Here, you can see the investment dedicated to the Thompson Stadium. Maintaining safe and functional facilities remains our top priority for supporting students and community events. Similar, these funds support operation and maintenance at Ed DeFore Stadium, helping us provide quality facilities for competition and school events. Revenue generated at the school level help funds uniforms, equipment, apparel, facility improvement, and professional development. These resources strengthen programs while helping schools meet individual needs. Elementary athletics is a future project that we want to focus on creating early opportunities for students to experience education-based athletics. The program will emphasize participation, fundamental skill development, teamwork, sportsmanship, physical fitness, and school pride while building a strong foundation for healthy habits, student engagement, and future participation in middle school and high school athletics. Athletics also serves as a community connector. Events such as the Gridiron Football Classic, GACA All-Star Games, and All Metro Showcase brings positive attention to Bibb County and creates memorable experience for our student athletes. Our athletic leaders continue to receive recognition at both the local and state level. These honors reflect the professionalism, innovation, and commitment for our athletic directors and our leadership teams. The NIAAA certification pathway provides athletic administrators with professional growth opportunities that strengthen leadership capabilities and program effectiveness. We are proud of the number of Bibb County athletic directors earning professional certification. These credentials help ensure our leaders remain knowledgeable, prepared, and focused on today's best practices. Our Student Athlete Advisory Committee provides a voice in athletics while helping us strengthen programs through feedback, leadership, and engagement of our student athletes. This cohort develops future leaders through structured learning experiences, mentorship, and practical training aligned with the district and GHSA expectations. Our PLC partnership promotes collaboration among athletic directors across districts, allowing us to share solutions, improve practices, and ultimately better serve our student athletes. Student athlete safety remains our highest priority. Athletic trainers play a critical role in injury prevention, treatment, emergency response, rehabilitation, and also education. The Athletic Symposium provides professional development opportunities focused on leadership, safety, compliance, and supporting educational athletics across our district. Bibb celebrates excellence in athletics and recognizes the accomplishments of our student athletes, coaches, athletic directors, and programs while reinforcing a culture of achievement. Our next steps starts with pursue stadium sponsorships that fund better facilities for our student athletes, giving student athletes a mental health seminar built around their needs, invite more students into golf, tennis, cross country, and our other lower participating sports, open up more community service experiences for our student athletes, and reach younger students by expanding elementary athletics offering. Thank you for your continued support of athletics in Bibb County School District. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Coach Grooms. Do we have any questions? Yes, Ms. Hanlon.
Thank you for the presentation. Just on a personal note, I wish y'all would bring back swimming. But anyway, slide 15, the school-based revenue, which was the ticket sales, and there's a note at the bottom that says where ticket revenue falls short of covering required items, the athletics department absorbs that difference. So is that difference included in the previous 5 slides or not? So I was unclear as to, of the $400,000 that was collected from ticket sales, if school needs exceeded that and had to be funded out of the general fund.
It was based, those numbers that you see right there is the total collected for all high school and middle schools, not just one school or two schools, so all high school and middle schools. As of right now, we just placed some orders for knee pads, because knee pads have, Georgia High School has regulated that with football. So it just depends on what each school needs, and if the school doesn't have it, we're able to fund it out of our general fund.
Okay, yeah, I had asked the question about how much of the school-based needs come out of the general fund, and I was unclear as to the answer.
Any more? I'm sorry, Dr. Ficklin. I saw him next. Sandra, you're next.
Thank you, Coach Groom, for that presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to figure out what are we purchasing through this AIOS group?
AIOS group. Which slide was it?
I'm just looking at the packet that we were given. It has like $4,708,763.70 worth of purchases and a invoice that's been sent to us.
Is that
That's what
the turf? That's the turf. That's the turf. That's the new renovation that's going on at Ed Ford at the with the baseball and softball complex. The turf. That's getting done.
Turf.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and we're doing that at all the different fields in the county.
No, sir. That's just at Ed Ford complex. Remember at our last board meeting in July, I came up and made the recommendation of naming the baseball field after Eddie Ashley. We're doing the renovation at Ed Ford out of that field.
Okay. And that's a lot with our financial condition, I think. But this comes out of East Splash money, though, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And my other question is, when a child participates in athletics, is there any cost that they have to pay?
Well, schools have started to have an athletic fee. Now, by not paying the athletic fee doesn't mean that a kid cannot participate in sports. But they have, all schools have put in a athletic fee for athletics.
Do the coaches know that?
Yes,
That if
we
a
cannot
kid
hold no
can't
kid.
play,
Right.
oh, okay, now.
Now, if they don't know, I definitely
But
will make sure they do know.
They need to know it because I have had kids come to me and say they couldn't play because they couldn't pay. And I'm thinking to myself, I never heard tell this in a public school.
No, sir, but I make sure I talk with all my athletic
Yeah,
directors
please
about
convey
that.
that to them.
Yes, sir.
And my last question to you is, you did say that we have, I guess, all the coaches that are now professionally certified. I know I asked this question once and nobody said anything about it. Then at the next meeting, they were all marched in here and given a certificate for having completed, I guess, professional athletic director course or something.
You talking about the certification through the
Yeah.
NIAAA and the
I
GADA?
guess that's what they was being given to.
Yes, sir.
And who paid for them to go to those classes?
Well, the professional development comes out of their athletic fund with their base revenue at the schools.
So the school paid for them to go to whatever they were going to.
Their athletic department, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Woodford, you had a question.
Sir, thank you for your presentation. I think this is the first time and is about the graduation rate among athletes compared to what it is at the district level. Would you?
No, ma'am, but that's something that during the pre-conferences that I mean with my athletic directors that's something that I'm charging them with moving forward so we can keep the accurate data of student athletes that are graduating within our programs.
Yeah, I think that's important for us to track. So
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I think no pass, no play has been in place forever. So
Yes, sir.
athletic participation necessitates that you are successful in your coursework. So, but we will work on the specific number, but that is one of the main things that ensures that our students stay up on their academics.
Any other questions? I have one comment, Mr. Grooms.
Yes, ma'am.
I like the idea about elementary sports because I used to be a cheerleader for the W.T. Morgan Rams. That was before veterans even.
Okay.
So, yeah, see school's gone, but that long ago, we had elementary football.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it was through the Bibb County athletic
Parks and
department
Rec?
or
Oh,
if it was Parks and Recreation, but we did, yeah. So I like that idea because so many of our kids play basketball and baseball and all of that. So just for us to be able to have, school teams would be amazing. Thank you.
I'm just glad that cheerleading is now considered a sport.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you so much. I think, is that all of our questions?
I have one of
Oh,
this
I'm
question.
sorry, Dr. Pickler.
Of these, there are two estimates on here, and maybe this is for the Mr. Kitchens. One of them was done last December, and it does not exceed the $2.5 million. And the other one was done in May, and it does exceed the 2. No, I don't think it does. Let me see. Okay. Are these two different things we are doing? Is that one and an update?
Are you talking about the turf fields? What, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what was given to us. They got two estimates in here, and they have two different figures on them. And I'm wondering, are we talking about $4.7 million?
That has to be for the baseball, two separate fields, baseball and softball. Yes, sir. I can pull those numbers and give them to you for the end of the night.
Okay. That answers it. So we are talking about those two, $4.7 million.
I didn't think it was that much. I'm gonna look and see.
I'm just looking at what y'all gave us.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Grooms. And, President Morton, wow. That's the end of instructional services, and we do have, one, action item that was passed unanimously, and we'll go to the consent agenda.
Yeah, that was IS five.
IS5,
Yep.
yes.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Um, All right, next we have the Fiscal Support Services Committee. Ms. Hanlon's the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first item, number FSS1, is a presentation of our monthly financial report. Mr. Bush.
Thank you, and welcome again, Board President Morton, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. As Ms. Hanlon said, we'll review the financial results of through the period June 30th, 2026. As a reminder, these are preliminary estimates. We are still receiving revenue from our county tax commissioner that we report through August 30th, as well as, we're in the middle of our audit, so these results may change. We will start with our overview of our general funds balance sheet, where we have total assets of $68.4 million, total liabilities of $20.2 million, leaving us with a fund balance of $48.2 million. Looking at our statement of revenue and expenses for the year end, we are showing revenues of $283 million and expenses of $302 and transfers of $1.5 million. That gives us total expenses and transfers out of $304,324,000. Included in this are some small changes where we had a reduction in revenues from our CTAE grant of $23,575. The other three changes in items 2 through 4 represent audit adjustments that are given from the state. In item number 2, that's a PSER on behalf payment. We also increased revenue and expenses for $200,000 to recognize the receipt of revenues from a state bus grant that were reimbursed for purchasing 2 electric buses. And item 3 is $163,000 that has added to revenue and expenses to recognize carryover funds from the 2025 security grant. Looking at our general fund expenditures by function through the 12 months ending June 30th, we had 59% of those dollars went directly to instruction, 6% to pupil services, and 4% to improvement of instructional services, which translates into 68% of all of our dollars goes directly to the school building or classroom. Looking at our balance sheet for all funds, we're reporting total assets of $749.4 million, total liabilities of $51.3 million, and a total fund balance of $698.1 million. At the end of June, we had cash on hand of $16.7 million, investments of $102.9 million, leaving us with total liquid assets of $119.7 million. And looking at our all funds revenue and expenses, we had revenues of $93,900,000, and we had expenditures and encumbrances of $455.2 million. And ending on our 2021 eSPLOS campaign, where we have total receipts of $215.2 million, total committed expenditures in that program of $194.4 million, leaving us with $49.8 million of cash. And in the 2026 eSPLOS, we've received $7.6 million to date, expended 81,000 of those, encumbered 3.5 million, leaving us with cash and investment balances of $7.5 million. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Dr. Picklin.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Bush, for your presentation and all of your hard work. I have a few questions. As the CFO of the school system, do you have fiduciary responsibilities?
Yes, sir.
And in your fiduciary responsibilities, is there a mandatory reporting requirement?
In what capacity?
In any capacity that you find something out of whack, is there a mandatory reporting responsibility?
Yes,
And who do you report to?
to the superintendent.
And if it's the superintendent who has something out of whack, who do you report to?
The board, I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
It would be immediate supervisor is the superintendent.
I didn't hear you.
My immediate supervisor is the superintendent.
But if there's a question about the superintendent, who do you report to?
I think the challenge is he hasn't had an issue with superintendent, so
No,
he wouldn't.
I'm not
But
asking.
but I
That's
don't
not
think he
my
understands
question.
that.
My question is, who does he report to if he don't report to you? And that's a simple question. I think the law designates it.
I think if an issue were to arise, I would bring that before the board.
For the board?
Before the board.
Thank you.
Or the finance committee.
Now, on the question of credit cards, we asked last board meeting for our treasurer to get the statements from the issuing finance department. And of course, as far as I know, that hadn't happened. But we did get some receipts of credit cards. And I thought we were talking about a credit card. And we found that there were 3 different credit cards in what was given to us that had charges on them for various kinds of things. And now one of the things that stood out to me in looking at those credit cards was that there was a fraudulent kind of charge, and fraud was written across the card and across the statement.
Yes, sir.
Now, when a bank issues a credit card and the receiver of the credit card declares that there is some fraudulent activity going on, what does the bank generally do?
We noticed that on the statements and we report it back to the bank to say were not our charges, and we dispute those transactions. In which case they refunded each one of those under that dispute.
And they let y'all keep the same credit card?
They issue new ones. Then that's probably why the trail of different numbers exists.
Well, what I saw had a credit card number. I don't know whether I need to give it out or not, and had fraudulent charges on it. And then later on, that same credit card was used for something later on down the line. And I'm thinking to myself, when I tell the bank that I got a fraudulent claim on my card, they cancel that card immediately and issue me another card. And I'm wondering, did that happen with the school system? Because we have 3 different credit cards, and I don't know whether they were credit cards or purchasing cards or what have you, but it was quite confusing. That is why I think that we still need to get the information that this board voted on to get that information so we can look at what was going on. Because if the bank canceled a credit card, then we need to know it. And that card does not need to be used again. But from what I saw, all 3 cards were still being used.
So if we didn't provide that documentation, you received it from somewhere else.
I don't know where it was put in. It was given to me in an envelope.
Because it's been provided to numerous outlets, including the board, from my understanding. And yes, when a credit card fraudulently activity occurs, they do cancel that card and provide a new one. But you want to answer it?
At times, there has been some timing issues between when we canceled the card and more fraudulent transactions.
He's speaking to the mic, Ms. Sheets. Thank you.
At times, there have been some timing issues where we have gotten the card canceled officially, but more fraudulent charges come through and the bank continues to credit us for those.
And that was not in the statements that we received.
We can clarify that for you.
I
But it's a very Unfortunately, common transaction. If you have fraud on your card, these cards get fraud on them. Immediately when we recognize that, which sometimes there is a delay, we notify the bank, they cancel the card, and they issue another one.
That's that's the process I thought was
Yes, sir.
happening.
And sometimes there's just a delay from the time we get the statement,
But they cancel that
recognize
card.
it,
That
and then
card
something's
cannot
happened.
be used after you notify the bank that it is, there's fraudulent activity on it. But that's not what I saw in those statements that I got.
I think it's just a timing delay. We can
The
look at.
timing is instant. When you tell the bank that you got fraud on a card, they instantly cancel that card.
Okay, let me look at the examples and see if we can trace back that activity.
And I reiterate my motion that this board voted unanimously on is that our treasurer get the statements from the bank. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Morton.
On page 9, Mr. Bush, you list a summary of budget changes primarily. Let's see. Am I saying that the net result was a reduction in revenue of 20? What was the
A
net
reduction
change?
in revenues of $23,500, where that grant was reduced in estimated revenues.
Okay. And that is, all the items listed was a net of reduction of 23,000?
Yeah, because the items in 2, 3, and 4 are all net revenue. They add revenue and they decrease, add an appropriate, equal amount of expenses.
And that affects what, fiscal year 26 or fiscal year 27?
26.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you. One other question, and I don't know whether this, would be something that's in your department or not, but baby, if I ask it, it can be sent to the right department. You don't keep up with who's being paid, do you?
We absolutely keep up with who's being paid.
You absolutely keep up with who's being paid.
I mean, we
Are
have.
are there any circumstances where we have paid two people for the same job?
If there are service agreements exist, they shouldn't be getting paid for the same job twice. They're base pay, but there are circumstances where employees take on additional jobs and are receiving pay for two different activities.
That's two different activities, not the same job. I've asked this question in the past about a person that we hired, and there was a person still on the payroll being paid for that same job. And I'm asking, how often does that occur?
If a service agreement exists for that in a similar capacity, it's outside of their normal operating capacity. And I would need a specific example to research.
I would give you one, but I won't give it in here. And there's another example, and I want to ask you, is there someone who has really left the system that is still being paid because their website and LinkedIn still records them as being an employee of the system?
I would need a specific example to research.
I'll give
We'd
it to
be
you,
glad
but
to.
I don't want to call anybody out right
Sure.
now, but I want to let you know that I'm going to give it to you.
Absolutely.
And I will want that answer because a lot of times I ask you things I'll never get the answer back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? I did have one. On slide 14, the all funds, revenue and expenditures. Other funds shows a budget of 525 and actual revenues of almost 6 million, and other fund expenditures were 525. But the actual expenditures were about 4.6 million. What was the difference there?
So those other funds, give me 1 second. On this next slide, other funds are mainly our student activity funds, athletic funds, donations, where we do not budget those. There was a small budget in there. That is also where, in the past, those two fiduciary activities where we have an audit finding on were located, where the MedCom deductions from payroll were in. We've taken those out. but we usually temporarily do not have a budget in there. We're looking into that $525,000 and why that budget was there, but it's usually zero. And we usually do not budget for those because we don't anticipate ticket sales at games. We don't anticipate fundraising activities. We don't anticipate those expenditures. But that is a comprehensive view of every fund we have in the district. So it's presented just like that.
Thank you. Other questions? Hearing none, we move on to FSS2, the Moderate Risk Designation Monthly Update.
So there's 3 items in this FSS2. We have already presented the overview. So with your permission, I would like to go straight to the action memo, which would be item number 2. This was the action that we presented in detail at the earlier meeting. And at this point, it is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approves the Moderate Risk Designation Corrective Action Plan as required by Georgia law.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Freeman, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. Are there any questions? Mr. Morton.
I'd like to ask council, does our corrective plan meet the requirements of the statute?
Thank you for that question. The statute does not provide any sort of details with which to define how this corrective action plan should be written of any sort of substance, Mr. Morton. So the best thing that we could do would be to work with DOAA, which I understand staff has done to submit this ahead of time for their preliminary review. So the best that I can tell you is we think it does. But there is not any sort of real specifics in the statute about the contents of it.
I thank you for that. I mean, I will express some level of discomfort because what we saw in Dublin was, and that included removing a board member that only served since 2025, that it appears to me that the board is saddled with enhanced responsibilities regarding financial oversight. And which almost, I think, unfortunately means I can't take the system at its word. That we need to have independent, active involvement in making sure our finances are appropriate. And in this instance, we've gotten this designation because of some findings from our audit. Is that correct, Mr. Bush? I understand you've been in touch with the state level folks about this. I might have a greater level of comfort if our auditor was also involved. I think you may have had some discussions, but I think we're in the position where we're forced to perhaps more actively involve independent verification of what it is we're doing. Again, this is not an indication that I believe that y'all are doing anything wrong. Please do not take that the wrong way. It just seems to me that we're in a sort of a strange new world here. And there's a old saying, you know, you're not being paranoid if somebody's actually out to get you. And I feel like the state's out to get us a little bit. And so I'm trying to figure out, as a board member, in fact, as board president, who's going to sign off at the end of the year saying that I think everything's okay, how do I make sure that everything's okay? So, I mean, just, you know,
and I think Ms. Hanlon asked a great question. How do we prove it? Without giving the board every operating document and procedure that we do every month ad nauseum? I mean, it's an interesting question. And I know some of that comes with trust on your part.
Well, I realize that unlike Dublin, we're audited.
We are.
You know, that gives us some independent verification that helps us out. Of course, that's what got us where we are anyway, but that didn't happen down there. So I do have that added layer so but anyway, again, we'll probably find out more as we go on with this. But just understand, I have some concern as a board member about the additional responsibility the state is saddling us with as we move forward in dealing with this issue.
And one thing I would encourage, and this is what, I know we have a finance committee that the board is comprised of. I would encourage, setting meetings with our department to review activity going on. If that pleases the board, it would give us a more frequent opportunity, to give you insight in exactly what's happening and give you assurance. So if the board would like that, let's set it up.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bush.
Other questions? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion state by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Bush.
One more item.
Oh, yep, sorry, there's more. Yeah, FSS 2.3.
So 2.3 is our monthly requirement as this designation, where we will report to you estimated expenditures by function for all funds. I want to reiterate that. If we can break this out in any detail you would like. This is the requirement, though, that we were suggested to give. So for August, we provided this document on August 10th to you per that requirement. We would request your signature on this document after your review, of course. And in August, we were reporting estimated salary and benefits of $25.3 million, estimated operational expenditures of 13.3, for a total expenditure of $38.6 million. I will also move to the September document, which has some blue writing on it. If you'll notice in the September, as we are moving through this process and developing, like we talked about, is we've added an annual budget for all funds column in here just as a comparison. And the estimated expenditures for September are $24 million for salary and benefits, $12.5 million for operations, giving us total expenditures of $36.6 million. There is no action required on this, so if there are any questions, please let me know.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is number FSS3, Interactive Flat Panel Refresh, Phase 2. Mr. Adams and Mr. Moneypenny.
All right. Good afternoon, Board President Morton, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Office of Technology Services is seeking board approval to complete refreshing interactive flat panels throughout the district. This project will be completed in multiple phases, with the second of two phases targeting secondary schools and other locations. This request is based on RFP 25-015 and will be financed utilizing 2026 eSPLOST.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
Hold on, that was not quite the recommendation.
Okay, sorry.
Had to scroll down just a moment.
There we go.
It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the purchase order to AIOS Group for smart interactive flat panels in the amount not to exceed $2.5 million. The funding source is 2026 eSPLOST.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All right, moved by Dr. Ficklin, second by Barney, Mr. Hester. Are there any questions?
Can I make a statement? Is Mr. Groom and Mr. Kitchen still here? I just want to apologize to them because I was asking them questions from this presentation. And I apologize because I don't have the place. They have a placeholder in my folder, but we didn't get a green sheet on it. So I just flipped over to the next one and I was asking you all questions from that. I do apologize.
Mr. Morton.
Mr. Adams, with this item and the next item, which will be paid for out of the 2026 eSPLOST, are those items that are already budgeted in that eSPLOST?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item, FSS4, is the refresh computers for Phase 2 panels.
All right, thank you once again. The Office of Technology Services is seeking board approval to issue a purchase order to Dell Technologies for 555 Dell microcomputers to service the second phase of interactive flat panels and replace older desktops in the schools. The devices will be purchased through a state contract using eSPLOST funds. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorizes the purchase order to Dell Technologies for Dell microcomputers in an amount not to exceed $679,084.58. The funding source is 2026 eSPLOST.
Dr. Ficklin has moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Freeman. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
The next item is number FSS5, commodity processing piggyback contract approval.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Wilson.
Good afternoon, President Morton, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. The School Nutrition Department is seeking approval to spend approximately $1.2 million in USDA entitlement with 5 of the vendors out of the 13 commodity processing vendors for FY 26-27. The recommendation: it is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize purchases from these USDA processing vendors under the piggyback clause in the Carrollton City Commodity Processing Procurement Plan bid. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to issue a purchase order to the multiple commodity processing companies in an aggravated amount not to exceed $1.2 million, $1,721 for FY 26-27. These funds will be paid out of school nutrition funds. There's 13 vendors that they're capable of purchasing from, but they're only electing to do out of these 5 that are listed.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Freeman. Are there any questions? Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Yeah, thank you again, Dr. Wilson, for your presentation. And you will remember that last year I had questions on this piggyback thing. And then when we passed the thing on Gordon Food for $7.5 million just about 2 months ago, I was wondering, was this the same thing? Now my question is, Gordon is not providing us enough food, so we have to go in and do this piggyback thing too?
So, we do have a new school nutrition executive director. But I'm going to tell you from the past 2 executive directors, what they have told me is USDA gives them the ability to purchase these additional, and it's kind of like grant money that they're able to use. So they identify which items they're going to purchase from them. Gordon does everything else. They still have the ability, because they're USDA funds, to be able to get these additional products. And that's why they can do the menus the way they do, because they're diversified with the additional food.
So $7.5 million is not enough to feed the students. We have to add some more money in.
I'm going to defer to your school nutrition department on that. But I can tell you that the pricing of food has went up. And so,
Well, I eat too, so I know that.
so over just the past few years, how much it has went up, we're going to take, if USDA going to be able to give us that money, give us that money for those additional. Now, what they're purchasing with that, so they can do the diversified of the menu choices, I do believe, and Gordon is actually giving them everything else that they can put on their menus.
So we passed action memorandum to buy from Gordon, and it had all this list of things. It was a voluminous list of items. And now we're coming back, and I have seen some of the same things that we bought from Gordon on here. And I also saw some pizza on here, and I said, I thought that Smart Mouth Pizza had covered the pizza for us in this system.
But because these are USDA processing vendors, these 5 vendors that they're getting the food from, and these items are what they're saying that they're going to get. They can also get these items from Gordon. However, they're using their USDA funds to purchase strictly from these 5 vendors for those items.
So they have to buy these items from these vendors with the USA money
Dollars,
that
correct.
comes in.
That's correct. Those specific items with those specific vendors with these USDA funds.
Well, it seems to me if we were gonna do that, we should have looked at what they were gonna buy with these funds and reduce the cost from Garden, and we wouldn't have to be paying them $7.5 million, and we're gonna come back and get them from these places right here.
So when I brought it to you the beginning of the year is because we have to go ahead and prepare for school.
I understand
And
that.
so they renewed their contract with Gordon based off of the pricing that Gordon gave us. And we have to bring this one to you after Carrollton City Schools takes it to their board to get approved, then we can bring it to you. And as you can see, it's August. So that's the reason why they had to wait to determine what Carrollton City Foods did before I could bring it to you.
I'm not opposed to the children eating well, but at the same time, when we look at what we're spending with one vendor, and for some of the same items, we're doing it here, I just think that needs to be managed a little bit better so we could reduce our costs with Garden if we're gonna get all these food items from these vendors here, these processing vendors. So it's just something that I think that it needs to be looked at very closely. And I know that we have a new nutrition director, and perhaps she'll look at that and come back hopefully next year with a reduced cost in one of the ones that's not the one that we have to buy with the USAID funds, the USDA funds.
Gotcha. I will make sure she has a note of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item, number FSS 6, is the consultant for roofing energy enhancement project. Mr. Sam.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, President Morton,
Kitchens.
board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. This memorandum requests approval for a firm to provide consulting services for the renovation of roofs at Northeast, Ballard, Weaver, Southfield, Elam at Burke, and Union. And it's recommended. We've used this consultant in the past, and we have identified all the roofs on this list that need to be repaired or replaced, and is recommended to Bibb County Board of Education to authorize the superintendent to issue a purchase order for Merit Consulting for consulting services related to roof repairs at Northeast High School, Ballard Hudson Middle School, Weaver Middle School, Southfield Elementary School, Elam at Burke Elementary School, and Union Elementary School. This project will be funded with 2021 East Blast.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Kitchens. The next item, number FSS 7, is approval of tax anticipation note. Mr. Bush.
Thank you and good afternoon once again. On July 16th, 2026, the board authorized the Bibb County School District to borrow up to $35 million at an interest rate no more than 7%. The district, with help from PFM Financial Advisors and Parker Poe as our bond counsel, solicited competitive bids or proposals from financial institutions. Truist Bank was the most competitive on both of the solutions we were offered. There was a Series 2026A note of $22.4 million, which is tax exempt, carrying an interest rate of 3.42%, as well as a Series 2026B note that is a taxable note of $12,600,000 that carries a fixed interest rate of 4.33%. It is recommended that the Board of Education award the sale of the Series 2026A note to Truist Commercial Equity, Inc. and the sale of the 2026B taxable note to Truist Bank and adopt the final TAN resolution in the form attached, approving the form of the note purchase agreement and authorizing the officers of the Board of Education to execute the note purchase agreement, the notes, and the related closing documents.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Freeman. Are there any questions? Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you again, Mr. Bush, for your presentation. Have we looked into any other avenues to get this money, asking the state for an advance on our QBE funds?
No, sir.
We hadn't looked into that.
No.
I know that is one of the things that the system down the road from us, they got an advance on their QBE funds so that they wouldn't have to do a tax anticipated note. The other thing is, what is the rate of this tax anticipated note? And then why are some of the funds tax exempt and the others not tax exempt? They're taxable. I didn't understand, when I looked at that, I didn't understand how that was.
Thank you for that question. The tax exempt portion of it is 3.42% interest rate. The taxable portion is 4.33% interest rate. We do have a representative from PFM here that may can explain the difference between that taxable piece
Yeah,
and the
and
non-taxable.
why are we breaking it up rather than just getting all of them tax exempt? That was my question when I looked at it.
Good evening. I'm
Good
Laura
evening.
Howe with PFM Financial Advisors, serving in the role as municipal advisor. And so legally, when we set this up for tax anticipation notes, which is very common for school districts as the ad valorem revenues come in, you base your deficit of your legal borrowing for tax exempt amount based on your total expenditures from the prior year. And so in the district's case this year, more because of when the tax roll is going out, that's driving this issuance. Legally, the 22 million is a portion for the tax exempt that you can borrow based on tax code. And then anything above that would have to be taxable. There is an advantage with tax anticipation notes that you can invest those dollars for the IRS regulation. And so they want to make sure, that's why there's that limit on it of how much can be taxable, is because you can invest those dollars and earn interest on it and not have to pay back. So it's positive legal arbitrage. So that's why there's the rules in that with the tax code.
So there is a limit on the amount of money we can borrow that is
Tax exempt.
that's tax exempt. I know I've dealt with tax anticipated notes in the past, but we never did borrow this much. So all was exempt. So there is a limit by law. And then the remaining of that, it has to be tax exempt.
Correct.
And now, so one of them, he said was 4 point something and the other was 3 point something, which is more than 7%. And I thought that we initially was asking that we try to get it down lower than 7%. And so now we're dealing with more than 7% when we're looking at.
So these are two separate issuances technically. So there's a tax exempt piece that is at an interest rate of 3.42%.
Mhm.
And so that is, and then the taxable piece is 4.33%. So think of it like if you bought two separate cars at different times, you were, different interest rates. So it's not adding it together. So that's each amount on each of those borrowings.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the explanation.
Any other questions?
I did have one question. In terms of the, are both notes going to be funded immediately, or is there, do we draw down one and only draw down the other if it's needed?
The tax exempt will be funded immediately in September, and then, and then the taxable will be as well.
Okay, so we are planning on drawing down all 35 million immediately versus holding off.
We had an option of doing a drawdown facility, but that comes with a variable fixed interest or variable interest rate, depending on when the Fed meets and raises rates or whatever conditions happen in the world. So to be conservative, we're taking that at one time and fixing that rate over the 3 months that we're borrowing it. So we have no interest rate variability.
Thank you.
And as Laura said, we are able to invest these funds in our Georgia Fund 1 program while we don't need them. So the interest rate offset is very minimal because the Georgia Fund 1 interest rate is actually above the 3.42 right now. So there is a very low interest cost while we're not using those funds, if that makes sense, because they are reinvested.
Gotcha. All right. Other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Yeah, I did hear the answer on looking at some other alternatives. If do we just must issue a 10, or are there other? And you said that no, that we hadn't looked at anything else. Is there any possibility that we can look at some other way of getting funds in? And the only reason that I would go along with a 10 because I want teachers paid. I don't want them to be worrying about where they are going to get their money from. But you all didn't look at any other, is there still time to look at some other way of getting money in? Like for instance, an advance on the QBE.
So I'm about 99% positive that the state doesn't allow that under normal circumstances, under any normal circumstances. That was an emergency governor approved draw for the state, for the city of Dublin.
And,
That-
and we are not in an emergency. I understand. Okay.
And that's just not, I don't believe that's a normal operation of the state either. We did ask bond counsel and our financial advisors, and this is the most common route state and local governments borrow money.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none. All those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Our last item for the Fiscal Support Services Committee is tentative adoption of the millage rate. Mr. Bush.
Thank you. As we reviewed earlier, we won't go through the whole presentation, but the district received a tax digest from the Bibb County Tax Commissioner's Office in August of 2026. Go back to that form. We're not going to do the trip. We're not going to do that. Thank you. And based on that digest, the rollback rate is 13.422 mils, maintaining the current rate of 14.674 would result in an increased revenue of $8.3 million, or a millage increase of 9.33%. Our recommended rate, as we mentioned in our presentation, was a 1 mil increase that would result in a 15.674 millage rate, with additional revenue to be added to the budget of approximately $15 million, which does constitute a increase of taxes of 16.78%. Obviously, the board has options once I present this recommendation. But our recommendation is that the Bibb County Board of Education chooses to tentatively adopt a millage rate of 15.674% as the calendar year 2026 millage rate for our school district.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Freeman. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
I understand that we are in need of some additional funds, but I think that we must also consider what's happening in our county. I think that one of the things that our chairperson and treasurer pointed out, that we have 60% increase in the tax digest, and it's because of our low tax rate that has been spearheaded by many other entities. Which would cause businesses to come in and to locate here and industry to come in. And certainly, we know that with the evaluation going up, that we're going to collect more money with the current tax millage rate than we did last year. I think there's around about $9 million more with that rate in and of itself. And so to add an additional millage to what we already have, I don't think it's being fair to the citizens. The Water Authority just raised the water rates. I know that some people who making all these high salaries, that ain't nothing to them. But I'm talking about the kids in our school, their parents, who have to deal with these rates going up. And I don't think that we can really increase a rate on them and say that we're being fair to them. I think that one of the things, Mr. President, is that we need to look at rolling back, as the recommendation has been in other departments, in other areas of government, so that we can continue to increase industry coming in and making our district, our county more appealing to people who want to locate here. Going up a whole additional meal is really an anathema to me, because it is not something that we need to do at this time. I think that one of the main things that we are looking at now is more efficient operation of what we have. As I've said before, any mother who runs a household knows that you don't spend more than you get in. And when you spend more than you get in, you're gonna get in trouble. And we need to operate according to what we have. We're gonna get about $9 million more if we just leave the rate where it is. To raise it up again, I think is not being fair. And in fact, I would like to offer a substitute motion to lower the millage rate to a even 14 meals for the next coming year, and I so move.
Yeah.
So are you moving to amend the recommendation? Are you moving to amend the motion to read for?
Yeah, from 15 whatever it is to 15,674. Take the 674 off and just let it be 14 meals, and we still would get an increase over what we have now, and that is my motion.
Is there a second to that amendment to the motion? There is no second. Mr. Hester, do you have any questions
Working.
or statement?
We're talking about the, since we didn't get a second to that one, we're talking about the 1 meal increase, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
You know, I can't support that. You know, I think I came on the board 2 years ago, and we knew at that time that this time was coming, but we really haven't done anything since I've been on the board to really, I know we made some cuts. We've talked about consolidation. We don't have a plan there yet. Until we can make some plans to solve this problem, I don't think we should put it on the taxpayers' backs. That's my opinion.
Yes, Mrs. Johnson.
Madam Chair, no one likes to have a tax increase. But sometimes we just can't get around it. I heard someone mention that the water board had just increased theirs. Dr. Ficklen mentioned the water board. Everybody can get an increase except the school system. Now, these are our children. And if we don't fund our children, they won't get funded. We've cut this budget every which way but loose. It is bleeding to death. Now, you know, with your own homes and your own budgets, when you see that you're spending more money than you are taking in, the first thing you're going to do is start cutting somewhere. What can I do without? And after you find out what you can do without, and it's still not enough, then sometimes you have to get a supplementary income. Sometimes you have to get another job. Well, now we've cut this budget and we cut it to death. It is bleeding severely. Now, what is our second job as a school system? Our second job is going to the taxpayers. Everybody can go to the taxpayers except us to defend our children. I don't understand it. Now, when I look at this 1 meal increase, when you look at it, the increase, if you are without homestead, it is just $16.89 a month. Now, I shared with somebody the other day. I went to get my nails done the other day. I like getting my nails done. And I pay $75 every 2 weeks to get my nails done because that's something that I want. It also says the increase will be $202.68 for the year. So you either pay $16.89 for the month or $202.68 for the year. Now, most of us spend more than that in coffee. So are we saying that our children are not worth $16.89 a month or $202.68 for the whole year? Are we saying that about our children? I personally feel, and I don't have a child in this school system. I have a great-grandchild in this school system. And I personally feel like my great-grandchild is worth more than $16.89 a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for that illustration. But at the same time, as Mr. Hester said, we hadn't done anything to improve the efficiency of spending what we have. You say we've cut, the budget is bleeding. It is not bleeding. Everybody in this county knows that we are top heavy. I have made motion after motion to do something about the top heaviness of this budget in this system. And until we do something to tell the public that, yes, we are trying to manage what we have, then, of course, I don't feel that we should be increasing anything on them. I'm glad you like to have your nails done. You can afford it. But everybody can't afford it.
Yes, you can.
And that is what we are looking at. We're looking at the taxpayers, the businesses that want to come in here. They do not need to get an increased millage rate. I think it's going to go against our whole move that we're trying to do and improve our county. We're top heavy. You need to second some of my motions to cut some of these people who are top heavy. But I cannot go along with an increased millage rate. I really want to reduce it. And of course, I didn't get a second on that, but I'll make another motion if I have to, because this is not being fair to taxpayers in this community.
One more thing, Madam Chair. Like I said earlier, these children belong to all of us. Nobody get our permission to raise the water board taxes. Nobody asked me about it. No one get our permission to raise any other taxes. They just dump them on us. Now, our children are our most precious resources. If we don't take care of these children, who will? We already hear some board members saying, but it's not fair to the taxpayers.
It's not.
It wasn't fair to me to raise my water bill, but it got raised. It wasn't fair to me to raise my when I go to the pump to get gas, that they raised that. It wasn't fair to me to I park downtown, I get a $10 ticket. I just go to pay the ticket. That wasn't fair. But nobody asked me, could they put the meters out there and raise and make me pay tickets? I do it because I'm a citizen of Bibb County. So everybody who's a citizen of Bibb County, whether you got children in school or not, you know you got to pay taxes. You know we got to keep these schools open. If we don't pay these taxes, how are we going to educate these children? It is, right now, it costs more to put a person in jail than it does to put them in school. So what do we want? Do we want children and educated, or do we want to put them in prison? Because you're going to do one or the other. You're going to either put them in school and pay for them, or put them in prison and pay for them. That's all I got to say, Madam Chair.
It is our responsibility to make sure that the tax dollars are spent efficiently. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
No. The motion fails.
We have a secondary motion if the board, if it's the board's pleasure. to entertain it? Or secondary recommendation, I apologize.
So we have several second, how should we proceed with this? I think the board should propose a recommendation.
That's what I was gonna say. I would accept another motion.
Make the motion that we go with the second green sheet, maintain current millage rate, without a rollback, which gives us a increase, the 8.3 million dollars that we talked about when we talked about putting back in separate. My motion is to go with the second recommendation, maintain the present rate, 14.6.
Moved by Mr. Freeman, seconded by Mr. Hester. Is there any additional discussion? Mr. Morton.
Earlier during the 3 o'clock meeting, asked Mr. Bush about the, basically you want to call them unfunded mandates that the state had placed on us during our last budget cycle, which included funding literacy coaches, additional costs for health insurance, as well as TRS. That amount totaled about $8.1 million. And given that, I think not rolling back is reasonable, and I will support it.
Other comments?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Certainly, I wanted to see it rolled back by the 674, but I can go along with this, leaving it where it is, because even with that, we will receive an additional $8 million to take care of the children. Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none. All those in favor state by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. That concludes the business of the Fiscal Support Services Committee. Items FSS 2 through FSS 8 did pass unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Mr. Morton.
All right. Board members, as you know, we've gotten well past time and we still got a lot of work to do. At this point, I would make a motion that we recess the committee meeting so that we can carry on with the monthly board meeting and then reconvene the committee meeting after our invitation to visitors to address the board. So that's the motion I'm making. Is there a second?
Second.
Who wants the second? Dr. Woodford. So it's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. The committee meeting is recessed.
Can we have a 5-minute recess?
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start up with our regular monthly meeting. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. All right, can I get everybody's attention, please? I guess so. I don't want to do that. All right, everybody, can I get your attention so we can start the meeting? Thank you. All right. The time is 7 p.m. and I call to order the Bibb County Board of Education monthly board meeting for Thursday, August 20, 2026. So board members, since we're going to reconvene our committee meeting right after public comment, in terms of an approval of the agenda, I'll simply ask for a motion to approve the agenda from this point through invitation to visitors to address the board.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Fickling, second by Mr. Freeman. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. The agenda is amended in the limited fashion that we have. First, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance this evening by the only person with a crown on in the audience, which automatically means you get to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Kendra Castello from Howard Middle School, Miss Elite Southern States 2026. So, yeah, go right ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Sam. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And it was very impressive how you waved as you were leaving the area. So, anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate that. The invocation this evening is going to be led by one of our own students, by Jaden Markel Thorpe, who's currently a senior at Central High School, who is in our JROTC program. He's a drill team commander and command sergeant major. And has set a really good example. Also, the only person in uniform in the audience, which means you get to give the invocation. So, Mr. Thorpe, if you would please lead us this evening.
Good evening, everyone. May we please bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, as we begin this new school year, I want to thank you for the opportunity to represent the students of this district. We are grateful for our school board members, teachers, and staff members who come together in service to our students, families, teachers, staff, and our entire community. Lord, bless this school board with wisdom, understanding, and discernment. Guide the discussions and decisions so they are thoughtful, fair, and focused on what is best for every student. Give them the courage to face challenges, the patience to listen to one another, and the humility to work together with respect and unity. Bless our teachers and school staff with strength and encouragement. Give them wisdom to teach, patience to guide, and compassion to understand every student entrusted to their care. Fill their classroom with peace, kindness, joy, and respect. May our schools and classrooms be places where every student feels safe, valued, supported, and inspired to reach their full potential. As a senior in this district, I stand here to represent the voices of all students. Grant us wisdom to learn, courage to face challenges, and compassion to care for one another. Help each student to work with integrity, show kindness in our words and actions, and strive for excellence in all that we do. Guide this meeting tonight so that every word spoken and every decision made reflects what is best for us all. Protect our school community and keep everyone safe throughout the year. May our schools be filled with respect, love, peace, and joy, and may each day bring opportunities to grow in knowledge, character, and faith. May our efforts bring a bright future for our children. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. right, thank you so much. Next, we have the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Morton. Needed that. Amen. And good evening to everybody. So great to have you here. And each month during the board meeting, we present highlights happening within our schools and districts. So here we go. We have been so excited to welcome back students, teachers, staff, and families for the 2026-27 school year. As I've visited schools, I've met with staff and students who are actively engaged in the push for the promise, demonstrating intentionality with aligned efforts, rigorous approaches, and committed delivery. It's going to be an amazing year. Speaking of the amazing year, thank you to everyone who helped make the 2026 Bibb PBIS Back to School Bash an incredible success. A total of 291 volunteers from over 50 organizations, 40 vendors, and 25 sponsors came together with one shared goal: ensuring our students had everything they needed for a strong start to the year. We served more than 2,500 families, providing more than 2,200 backpacks, 1,200 uniform shirts, and countless school supplies, along with access to district and community resources. The community's partnership continues to make a lasting impact on the lives of our students and families. And special thanks to Macon Mall for having us on the inside this year and making it such a success. It was hot that day. Bibb students have access to so many opportunities. Joy Doctor, a freshman at Central High School, recently participated in the prestigious Camp Broadway Main Stage program, a nationally recognized theater program that provides young performers with an immersive introduction to Broadway. To know she may one day join the ranks of district graduates like Carrie Preston and Sasha Hutchings demonstrates there is so much talent and achievement right here within our schools. Our Northeast Zone schools came together once again for the annual Raider Fest kickoff to the start of the school year and celebrated becoming the first zone in the nation to have every school achieve lighthouse status. Y'all can clap it up for that. This milestone is a testament to the dedication, leadership, collaboration, and commitment of our students, teachers, staff, families, and community partners. What an incredible achievement. Speaking of achievement, the Georgia Milestones test scores for the 2025-26 school year were released this month, and Bibb County students continue to make steady academic progress. Overall, I heard some claps. Go ahead. You can clap with that. Amen. Overall, students demonstrated marked improvement in math and maintained or demonstrated improvement in the science and social studies content. ELA scores will be released this fall. You can read more about these achievements at www.bcsdk12.net. Community members, project partners, and local leaders gathered to celebrate the groundbreaking of the new Macon Arena, a transformational project that will serve as a destination for concerts, sporting events, conventions, graduations, and more for generations to come. This was an amazing celebration, and we look forward to negotiations that could lead to an opportunity to expand student instruction on site. Thank you to the Merry Christmas Project for its sizable donation to the district's Student Support Services team. Mike and Nancy Kaplan created the Merry Christmas Project in loving memory of their daughter, Mary Kaplan, who was a Bibb student. The Merry Christmas Project helps families and children experience a Christmas who otherwise would not by providing food and gifts to families in need. We are thankful for the organization's continued support of students throughout the school year. This week, L.H. Williams Elementary and Howard Middle School got great news from 41 NBC WMGT. Williams was chosen as the first place winner in the Give Your School a Scholarship contest, which came with school supplies and a $1,000 donation. Howard came in third and received the supplies and $500. We love these community partnerships. I think they are here. 41 NBC, Howard and Williams, if you would just stand, let's give them a round of applause. I thought you were here. Great. As we kicked off the new school year, one of the passion projects near and dear to my heart is making sure Every student in Bibb has a bed to sleep in at night. Sleep in Heavenly Peace is a nonprofit dedicated to building and delivering handmade, fully furnished beds to children in need. More than 940 beds have been delivered across Macon thanks to this organization. We still have about 1,000 kids waiting for beds, and this number grows daily. Please continue to help and support if you can so that no kid sleeps on the floor in your town. And be looking forward to a partnership between us, the Bibb Education Foundation, and Sleep in Heavenly Peace, along with Tubman Museum. Something big is coming that's going to challenge everybody to get every child off the floor. This month, we celebrated the new Advanced Manufacturing Pathway at the Hutchings Innovation and Technology Academy. Here in Macon, Bibb, manufacturers represent 6,500 jobs in our community, paying salaries over $80,000 a year. This workforce program was created with industry partners at the table and set students up to graduate high school with 17 hours of college credit. This month's opening celebration was just the beginning of networking opportunities students have and will have with industry partners. Yep. Last month, our CTAE Executive Director joined Central Georgia Technical College and local healthcare and education partners at Bloomberg Philanthropies Healthcare High School Partner Convening. Through healthcare-focused high schools, this network is giving students hands-on experiences and training in the healthcare industry and preparing them for high-demand jobs immediately upon graduation. Special thanks to great partners who are making incredible opportunities in the healthcare industry happen for students in Central Georgia. School buildings are usually quiet during the summer, but not for several of our campuses. ICB Construction shared final photos from our summer renovations of Burt L. Hunt Magnet School and Vineville Academy of the Arts. These much-needed renovations were funded by the Educational Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, or ESPLOST, approved by more than 70% of voters. Work continues at Northwoods Academy, where construction of the new gym is underway. And I think I have some Matilda Hartley students eating out of the cafeteria now. Fantastic. That work is completed as well. And shout out to Matilda Hartley for making an adjustment from the cafeteria to the gymnasium. Their school nutrition staff jumped right in and made the adjustment, and our students did not miss a beat or a meal. So hats off to you for a job well done in making that adjustment. Big news from C's house. Whose house? That's what I thought I said. The Central High School Marching Sugar Bear Band has been invited to participate, listen to this, y'all, in the All-State Sugar Bowl New Year's Eve Parade in New Orleans. Yep. This has nothing to do with the Saints, so please don't associate the two. Giving our talented students the opportunity to represent Central High School, Macon, and the Bibb County School District on a national stage. The Sugar Bears are calling on all alumni, families, businesses, and community partners to help make this trip a reality for each team member. You can reach out to Band Director Cameron A.G. to learn how you can help. Let's get our Sugar Bears to New Orleans, y'all. We can make it happen. We have a video that's going to play as I read this next piece. And each year we pause, we can start the video, during a board meeting to recognize employees who have reached important professional milestones. Tonight we celebrate teachers who have earned certification, educators who have completed advanced degrees in their fields or in educational leadership, and classified employees who have earned degrees that strengthen the work they do each day. These accomplishments represent many hours of study, sacrifice, and perseverance, often while balancing full-time work and family responsibilities. Our honorees chose to keep learning because they understand that when the adults in our district grow, our students and schools grow with them. This is the push in action, promoting excellence, unifying around a shared purpose, supporting professional growth, and helping strengthen our district and community. These employees remind us that we are the promise, and through their continued commitment to learning and service, they are truly #built for Bibb. On behalf of the Board of Education and the entire district, congratulations. We are proud of you.
Grateful for your service and honored that you have chosen to invest your talents here. Please stand if you are one of those educators in the audience with us this evening. All right, fantastic. Almost there. As students return to school, I was invited to sit down with the team that brings you the Making It podcast by Macon Bibb County to talk about the new school year, my journey to Macon, and helping our students succeed. Always grateful for the relationship we have with the Macon Bibb County government and the way we can make things happen together. And on the horizon, we are so excited to host the Gridiron Classic at Harry B. Thompson Stadium again this year. Buy your tickets on GoFan, and please join us for the next 2 nights as all 6 of our high school football programs kick off the 2026 football season alongside their bands, cheerleaders, coaches, teachers, and fans. We hope to see you all there. And lastly, as I freestyle on this last slide, I always like to pick a few pictures that try to make a point. The first 2 pictures on the left, y'all, it is so gratifying to have 2 of our current employees, Annie Horton, assistant principal over at Veterans Elementary School, and Dr. Steve Jones, one of our executive officers, taking pictures with their former students who are now educators in the Bibb County School District. Isn't that cool? That means Steve Jones is about 92 years old, but he still looks great, and it's just great to have our own people that we nurtured come back to nurture others. And that's how we keep this beautiful thing going. In the upper middle corner, this is the completion of what was just an amazing event I got to participate in last Friday. Sleep in Heavenly Peace invited me to come out to help build some beds and to see these 2 precious students, Dorico and Mercy. Yeah, that's their names. To lay back in their own bed. Just incredibly gratifying. And I'm just dead set, y'all, on channeling our focus on ensuring every single student can have good food, a good night's rest, just a whole life. So I hope y'all join us in this effort to get every single student off the floor. I couldn't go buy some socks without running into one of my homies. That's Kason at the bottom. Ran into him at Burlington Coat Factory. And Kason and I had the greatest conversation. He's at the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School. But it's so gratifying to be out in the public, whether I'm at Longhorn or Burlington or Rawls, or one of my frequent spots, and run into our students and to hear their excitement about their school experience. And Kason was so excited that he called all his homies on FaceTime, and we all had a conversation right there at Burlington Coat Factory. And that's the excitement we want to keep going. And speaking of that excitement, on the far right, I couldn't help but grab these 2 pictures of first grade students with their heads in books as we continue to focus heavily on literacy. Had a couple of my kids over here on the ramp with big books in their hands, even reading while they are here. Can we clap it up for those guys over there? You know who you are. And that is the stuff we want to continue to encourage. And as I see Jim Montgomery in the back with the Macon Literacy Alliance and all the work that we are doing across this community, join us as we continue to make every single day a valuable day for every single student. That concludes my superintendent's report. I'll now turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Dr. LaToya Smith, for further recognitions.
First this evening, we would like to introduce the newest district leaders. Please come forward when your name is called so you may greet our board members and receive your swag bag. Annie Horton, Assistant Principal, Veterans Elementary School. Tamika Jones, Assistant Principal, Southfield Elementary School. We are excited to see continued growth with your leadership, and we thank all of you for being built for Bibb.
At this time, we'd like to ask Weaver Middle School 6th grade student Samantha Zelaya Sanchez to come forward. The Georgia Healthy Families Alliance launched the Escaping Vaping program for 4th and 5th graders to educate them about the dangers of this trend. This summer, the district received notification from the organization that Samantha, a student at John R. Lewis Elementary School at the time, won 3rd place in the organization's statewide contest. Congratulations and thank you for being built for Bibb. At this time, we'd like to ask Central High School seniors, Camila Acevedo and Shritham Panda, to come forward. Each summer, students across the state are invited to participate in the Governor's Honors Program. This residential summer program recognizes talented high school students in a variety of academic disciplines. Camila was selected for visual arts, while Shritham was chosen for biology. Congratulations and thank you for being built for Bibb.
At this time, I'd like to invite Westside High School Athletic Director, Dr. Candace Roberson, who has also served as the Lady Seminoles varsity basketball coach, to come forward. Our athletic directors take on a great deal of responsibility, much of which goes unseen. In addition to coaching her own sport, every school AD is also responsible for making sure student athletes in every sport are safe and in compliance with Georgia High School Association rules. Each year, each region recognizes its athletic director of the year for their excellence in these efforts. For the 25-26 school year, Region 2A selected Dr. Robeson as its AD of the year. Let's give her a round of applause. All right, congratulations, Dr. Roberson. Again, thank you for being built for Bibb.
The National Beta Club is an established student organization that encourages our young people to pursue academic excellence and community service. Students across our district participate in their school chapters and even compete at the state and national conventions. Each year, National Beta Club recognizes chapters with awards for their efforts to grow the organization. The National Beta School of Distinction Award is given to schools that increase their chapter membership by 10% for the year, while the National Beta School of Merit Award is given to schools that have students representing all eligible grade levels within their chapters. School representatives, please come forward to be recognized. Photos will be taken for each school. Bruce Elementary School, National School of Merit. Sonny Carter Elementary School, National School of Merit. Byrne Elementary School, National School of Merit. Hartley Elementary School, National School of Merit. Heritage Elementary School, National School of Merit. Ingram Pie Elementary School, National School of Merit. Southfield Elementary School, National School of Merit. Springdale Elementary School, National School of Merit. Union Elementary School, National School of Merit. Miller Magnet Middle School, National School of Distinction and National School of Merit. Central High School, National School of Distinction and National School of Merit.
That's right.
We have one more, VIP Academy, National School of Merit. Congratulations to all, and thank you for being built for Bibb.
One of the highest levels of school recognition within Leader in Me is receiving Lighthouse status. The honor comes after an involved application process that requires demonstration of leadership development from students all the way up through administration. At this time, I'd like to ask Principal Dr. Siobhan Laney to come forward along with other members of the Southfield Elementary School leadership team. Recently, Southfield was named the district's 18th Leader in Me Lighthouse School. We'd also like to ask Principal Dr. Erika Gibson to come forward along with other members of the Veterans Elementary School leadership team. Recently, Veterans was officially recertified as a Leader in Me Lighthouse School. Congratulations and thank you for being built for Bibb.
In the Bibb County School District, we believe every student's success is strengthened when our schools and community work hand in hand. Our partnerships not only provide valuable resources, but also inspire hope, open doors for new opportunities, and help us fulfill our mission for students. Each month, we take a moment to highlight a partner whose contributions have made meaningful differences for our students, staff, and families. This month's honorees were highly recommended by Ms. Calandra Smith, our PBIS coordinator. Ms. Smith will present this month's Partner Impact Award to our PBIS Back to School Gold sponsors.
Gold level sponsors donated $2,000 or more in financial support or made in-kind contributions valued at $2,000 or more to help provide our students with school supplies, clear or mesh backpacks, school uniforms, shirts, snacks for students, and much more. Their outstanding generosity was instrumental in making the Back to School Bash a resounding success. When I call your organization's name, please come forward to greet the board and take a picture with our superintendent. Amazon, Macon Bibb County Industrial Authority, Towering Your Success, Robbins Financial Credit Union, Macon Bibb Mayor's Literacy Alliance, Bibb Mount Zion Baptist Church, Peachtree Pest Control, Mrs. June O'Neill, First Quality Baby Products, 41 NBC, Mr. Chips, and ICNA Relief, Islamic Center of Macon. On behalf of the Bibb County Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Sims, we are proud to present this certificate of appreciation to our 2026 Bibb PBIS Back to School Bash Gold Level sponsors in recognition of their outstanding commitment to the students at the Bibb County School District. We sincerely thank you for making a difference in the lives of our students, staff, and families. In closing, please join me once again in thanking our sponsors for their generosity.
Thank you, partners, for supporting the Bibb County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes our recognitions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sims. Next, we have the portion of the meeting where we hear from members of the public. Those who have waited to speak to us, thank you so much for your patience. As I call your name, come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Our first speaker is Lauren Gibson. Yeah, make sure that microphone is where it's in the right place for you. Okay.
Greetings to the Bibb County Board of Education members, staff, and community. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns. My name is Lauren Gibson, a current 5th grader attending Alexander II Math and Science Magnet School. I am representing Alex II to advocate against the removal of First in Math. First in Math is an online informative website that uses educational games which promotes and enhances critical thinking as it relates to math. It is a critical part of our school, learning, and curriculum. Not only does First in Math teach kids the fundamentals, it keeps them engaged, excited, and wanting to learn more. The goal is not simply to understand the material, but to accept the challenges of new material and not be afraid of the designed obstacles in First in Math. When I learned that First in Math would no longer be offered as a resource tool for Alexander II this school year, I was extremely disappointed. It has been a huge part of my success in elementary school. It has pushed me past my limits, and I know it will do the same for current and future Einsteins. Removing First in Math will result in a decrease in fact fluency, independent learning, and also a decrease in peer-to-peer motivation. To your knowledge, First in Math is not improving our test scores. How can you prove that? Where you see numbers, I see names. We are the data that you don't see. 200 names is enough for me to show you the importance of First in Math. We would not be who we are without First in Math to motivate and reward us with the knowledge we'll need for the rest of our lives. I hope my concerns and those of my Alexander II family reach you all in the way I have intended. Respectfully, I request the restoration of First in Math at Alexander II as soon as possible. Thank you, Board of Education, for your time, and thank you to all of my supporters. As in the back, I'll ask you all to show yourself. And once again, this is coming from two-time First in Math Grand Champion, Lauren Gibson.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Melanie English.
Okay, good evening, President Morton, board members, and Dr. Sims. My name is Melanie English. I'm a Bibb County resident and a media specialist. I'm going to present data. If you would, please look at my handout. As it stands now, Sunny Carter is ranked number 1 in the district by School Digger despite having a large remedial population. Based on the average of science and math milestone scores, Sunny Carter is the number 1 school in the district. ELA scores will be released around November. Sunny Carter is also recognized for beating the odds. If you would, please flip to the back of my handout. On the back, you'll see a comparison of similar demographic schools and their outcomes. Notice that we spend the least per pupil, but have better outcomes in comparison to the other schools just like ours. After students spend time at Sunny Carter, they make large gains. At the last board meeting, HPM leadership suggested that Sunny Carter teachers would simply be plugged into other schools, but teachers do not transfer like inventory. Carter's success is due to Mrs. Reeves, a highly skilled principal with over 20 years of experience building effective and complementary teams, one person at a time. Why dismantle a team producing excellent results and plug its members into other schools? Breaking up our highly productive team would be a great loss to Bibb County. My last two graphs show distinguished scores demonstrating the exceptional rigor and effectiveness of our school. In science, 1/3 of our students ranked distinguished on the milestones, having a large lead in comparison to all other elementary schools in Bibb County. In math, Sonny Carter is also #1 in the district for distinguished scores. From both an academic and operational standpoint, the options presented to the board at the last meeting for closing Sonny Carter were unjustified. Again, I ask the board to please close schools that are under-enrolled and underperforming rather than Sonny Carter, which is fully enrolled and a thriving school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English. Our last speaker this evening is Brenda Lynn Bailey, also known as Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you, board members. I am Commissioner Brendalyn Bailey, Madam President and Chairman and citizens of Macon Bibb County. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to formally ask you to reconsider your thoughts on closing any elementary school, any high school, any more schools here in Macon Bibb County. And my impetus for asking you this is because within this new millennium, we presently have technologies that we have deployed all over this city that we are presently underserving and underutilizing. It is those particular technologies that can go forward to help us to deploy other educational opportunities that we are presently not using, that other cities are presently taking advantage of. And by us not taking advantage of the opportunities that our society is consciously directing us towards, we are presently losing those funds. And of course, in the loss of those funds, it affects not only our students, but it depreciates our communities. And I'm not asking that you take the lowest on the totem pole and, not close that, but I'm formally asking that we consider not closing any more of our schools, because our schools are the foundations of our children's lives. And it is that foundation that becomes the support system for these children. And it is a support system that we need to continue to build up instead of tear down. When we tear this down, we end up with underserved areas that we have citizens in those particular areas, because those kids they grow up without the foundations that they are needing to have that rationale that us all grew up with. And it is an outrageous thing to consider that would actually be done in our society. And for me as a county commissioner, I grew up in District 9. And District 9 is one of our most underserved areas. However, now, in District 9, we have an administration that is going forward, our commissioner and our mayor, to make sure that underserved areas do receive their fundings. They are taking advantage of every opportunity to help this area to do well. I am the commissioner of that area. I was elected by the citizens of Macon Bibb County. I grew up in District 9. I am a graduate of Minnie Butler Elementary School, Mercer University, Central High School, and Wesleyan College. Growing up in that underserved area, I can tell you right now that not everyone has the ability to afford that $75 that we pay for our nails or other fun things. But that does not mean that that family or that student is any less worthy of receiving those particular monies. And I say that because I am a product of that underserved area. And I have gone forward, and without the help of this boards like you that are going forward to consciously think out of the box, to utilize the services that we have, I would not have been possible. I am the county commissioner for District 9. And I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for everything that you do today.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we've reached the end of public comment. And board members, you may recall we had recessed our committee meeting so we could get on with the monthly meeting and get through this part of it. So at this point, board members, I'd ask for a motion to recess this meeting so we can reconvene the committee meeting. Motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Woodford. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. Are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay,
I was late.
Okay. So now we're going to pick up the committee meeting, and we were at policy and rules, which is chaired by Dr. Fickling. And I'll let you pick it up when you want to, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to suspense with the reading of the first reading, which would be PRR 5, PRR 6, PRR 7, PRR 8, and PRR 9. And we ask that you read that in your own time. And if you have questions about it, you can forward them to me or to our attorney, and we'll try to see can we get an answer. At this time, PRR 1, policy JBCD, transfers and withdrawals.
Thank you, Dr. Ficklen. Good afternoon, President Morton, board members, and Superintendent Sims. PR1 is policy JBCD, transfers and withdrawals. This was one that was up for cyclical review. The only changes were conforming in nature. We corrected the formal name of the Board of Education. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve revisions to policy JBCD.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Johnson, second by Ms. Hanlon. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. PR1 will be sent to the consent agenda. PR2, policy JCDAF, use of electronic devices.
Thank you, Dr. Ficklen. This policy's revisions were proposed in order to incorporate the additional definitions that were required by the newly enacted House Bills 268 and 1009, and to bring the policy into compliance with those recent legislative changes. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the revisions to policy JCDAF.
Is there a motion to approve? Been moved and second, moved by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. PR2 will be sent to the consent agenda. At this time, PR3, policy JHC, student organizations.
Thank you. This policy was also amended in order to bring it in compliance with recent requirements set out by Senate Bill 179 that related to patriotic societies, and Senate Bill 552, which related to student political activities. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the revisions to policy JHC.
Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Woodford. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Ms. Hanlon.
Thank you. I had some, I guess, call it heartburn regarding the third paragraph and the ability of students to hold a meeting on the basis of political, philosophical, ideological, or other content of such speech, and wanted to bring up the fact that there is speech out there that is not protected by the First Amendment, and there are certain things that we should be able to restrict or not allow to happen. And so I would want to find a way to state it such that if the meeting or the organization is espousing categories that include defamation, incitement, fighting root words, true threats, integral to speech integral to criminal conduct, or other factors that are not covered under the First Amendment, that we would have the right as the board to not allow those meetings to occur.
I think that we can agree with that. I think that there's a Supreme Court ruling that says that you can't falsely yell fire in a crowded theater. And I think that that covers that, all the concerns that you have. It is a concerning question about whether or not all speech is admitted, and I don't think all speech is admitted. The attorney can help you out with that. I can't think of the name of that case.
Well, neither can I at 7:50 at night on the spot, not yet. But I will say this: the policy language as it's written brings you into compliance with the new statutory requirements in Georgia. I don't believe that the policy language as written would prevent you from enforcing the kinds of prohibitions like you're concerned about that you just relayed, Ms. Hamlin. That said, if the Board of Education would like to send this back to us for further consideration and whether we should add additional language, I'm happy to do that. But I do think that you would still have the freedom if you had something that was, for example, criminally inciting happening.
Any further discussion?
I would kind of like it sent back too. I think at this point, it's
yeah,
so
I'm happy to.
so literal. It almost say you could have a club about anything, and there's some things I don't want people to have clubs about, particularly at school.
Exactly.
I mean, again, this is up to you. I'm happy to take it back and bring it back to
Is
y'all.
there a
with further
motion
guidance.
to send it back to the attorneys for more work?
Second.
It's been moved and second, moved by Dr. Wolford, second by President Martin, to send it back. So PR3 will be sent back for further discussion.
You want us to vote on that motion, Dr.
Yes,
Ficklen?
if the motion passes. Let me finish up.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
If the motion passes, all in favor, let me know by saying, any discussion on the motion? All in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign, no. Okay, that would be sent back for further discussion. PR4, policy JRA, student data privacy complaints. If you have the old, and the white sheets, it says first reading, but it has been corrected. It is a second reading, and it is for action.
Thank you, Dr. Ficklin. This policy was reviewed for legal compliance. There are no substantive revisions being recommended. Again, only minor changes, so we are recommending that it be approved by the Board of Education tonight.
Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. PR4 will be sent to the consent agenda. PR5 through 9, we're asking as a first reading that you would go ahead and read them in the interest of time on your own time. Thank you. That ends our report, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Fickling. Next, we have Personnel Services. Mr. Freeman is our chair.
Thank you, President Morton. I believe we have need for executive session for personnel matters. Are there other matters we need to discuss? And also legal matters. May I have a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of personnel and legal matters?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Ficklin, second by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And we are in executive session. executive session.
So moved.
I think I heard Ms. Hanlon move, Dr. Woodford second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. We are out of executive session. Board members, may I have a motion to approve PS1 as presented? Motion by Dr. Ficklin, second by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve PS2 as presented? Motion by Ms. Hanlon, second by Dr. Boyd. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Mr. President, that concludes the business of the Personnel Services Committee. PS1 and PS2 will be sent to the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freeman. Board members, you have some information items. Please review those at your leisure. With that, we've reached the end of the committee meeting agenda. Have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. Do you want to? You were too late, Henry. I'm sorry. I'm saving the best one for you.
You get to do the real meeting.
All right. With that, I would ask for a motion to reconvene the main board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Freeman, second by, was it Ms. Hanlon? All right, thank you. Any questions? There being none, all in favor, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. There is none. We are back at the 6:30 board meeting. So first thing, board members, I'm going to ask for a motion to amend the consent agenda by removing items IS4 and PR3.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Fickling. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. And now I'd ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Motion by Dr. Fickling, second by Dr. Woodford. Any questions? There being none, all in favor, let it be motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. So the agenda is amended. First, is there any additional need for executive session, Dr. Sims?
No, sir.
I know that seemed like a silly question, but still. All right, board members, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda consisting of the confirmation of minutes from the board meetings of June 2nd and July, as well as the items that passed unanimously at the committee meeting, which are IS5, FSS2, FSS 2.2, FSS 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, PR1, PR2, PR4, and PS1 and PS2.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Woodford. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Is there any new business? No.
Oh, no, not for me.
Are you wanting to do something else, Dr. Fickling?
I just want to move that we commend Sonny Carter on their achievement. I think that these really outstanding achievement.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
It's great school.
There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. Thank you for that, Dr. Fickling. Is there any additional new business? Is there any old business? There being none, Dr. Fickling, is there something you'd like to say? All right.
Second.
All in favor, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. There is none. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.